Hi, Steve. Yeah,
Announcer, right?
yes, yes, yes. Okay.
If you need anything, just ask me.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah. A very good day to you wherever you are in the world. We are in Indonesia and it's Sunday morning here, coming to you live with Indonesia's horse racing. We've got 18 races for you over the next 8 hours or so from this beautiful arena here by the sea at the Legok Jawa horse racing track. And the horses are already out and parading before the spectators as we approach race one, which is due to start in around 10 minutes time. This is what we've got coming up for you. 18 races, with the highlight of the day certainly being race 14, which is the 3-year-old Derby, the Indonesia Derby 2026, and that will be over 2,000 meters. The track here is 1,200 meters, so just over a kilometer, and the first 9 races that we have for you are certainly in the shorter format categories, beginning with this Class B race over 1,600 meters that we've got coming up in just a few moments. Jockeys being introduced to the spectators here in the grandstand, and you get the first look at the surface here, which is pretty much as you'll see it if you walk away from the track and towards the beach. It's sand, so pretty dusty. You line up then for race one, Class B over 1,600 meters. In gate 1 on the inside track, wearing the yellow cap, horse number 2, it's Guti Spirit. Gate 2, horse number 5 is Patria Perkasa. In the white cap, in gate 3, it's Mentang Minister. And in the blue cap, gate number 4, Dragon. Gate number 5, wearing the green cap, numbered 6, it's Triple SS. And Uaraja is in the red cap, horse number 1, taking the outside lane in this first race of the day. Horse number 2, Guti Spirit. That's Triple SS, who arguably comes into this race with the best form. During the course of the day, you'll certainly see jockeys wearing the same silks, if they're from the same owner, same stable, but we can identify all of them by the color of their cap, so they'll have uniquely colored caps. Guti Spirit, as you can see there, with the yellow cap, horse number 2. First race of the day, jockey just stretching his legs, getting out of the saddle. Horse number 4, there is Dragon. This is Menteng Minister, with the red shirt, black stars, and the white cap there. Hasn't taken part in any of the last 3 Indonesia's horse racing events. So released from the parade ground, and these horses can get into a canter for the first time. And there's another good look at you at the surface for you. As I said, it's pretty much a beach, exactly the same sort of terrain that you'll get if you cross the road to the left of our camera. We are expecting the possibility of a little bit of rain later on, so you can imagine that this surface will get pretty heavy under those circumstances. It's been watered. But underfoot, it's largely dry there, as we see Guti Spirit making its way to the starting gate. 1,600 meters then, just over 1 lap of this 1,200 meter track. It's the Blue Blood Stable Cup. 30 million rupiah, the total purse money. Menteng Minister with the white cap, who's just at the foot of your screen there, the youngest horse in the race, is just 3 years old. Triple S combines the highest weight and the strongest finish over the last 3 events. That was 2 races ago. Triple S finishing second, and then fifth last time out in the Indonesia's horse racing series, of which we've had 4 already this year. This is the 5th of a scheduled 8 Indonesia's horse racing events, and I'll get you through the calendar a little bit later on. 3 more events to come after this one. And I think you got a little shot of the beach there, just behind the starting gate. Very scenic part of the world. There's lots of surfers here. I'll get into some detail on the precise geography of where we are very shortly, but suffice it to say, it's about a 9-hour drive southeast of Jakarta. On the left of your picture there with the red cap, it's Juaraja, ridden by Dedi Suswanto. Had a 4th place finish 2 events ago. Didn't take part in the last event, which was in June in Yogyakarta. So another look at the starting lineup then. Guti Spirit in gate 1 with the inside track. Patria Perkasa in gate 2. Menteng Minister in 3. Gate 4, it's Dragon wearing the blue cap, horse number 4. Triple SS, who has marginally the better form of these 6 horses in gate 5. And it's Juaraja in gate 6, wearing the red cap, that's horse number 1. Dragon at the back there, just taking the longest time to get settled in the barrier. Important that the jockeys get their horse in the right frame of mind once they enter that barrier. Can't be too frisky, although sometimes that's a good thing. Juaraja is there in your picture on the right of your screen. Got to make their way round to the back of the starting grid. Juaraja has that inside trap. You can see they're currently backing in there. The outside track. Barrier number 6 for Juaraja then. Last one to get in. Moments away from the opening action of this 8-hour feast that we have for you. And they're away. And it's a good start from Triple SS, who marginally has the better form coming into this one. Immediately hugs the inside barrier. Just over 1 lap of the track then before they see the finish line. And it's Triple SS going well, several lengths ahead of the rest of the field. In second spot, Guti Spirit, taking a fairly wide line, and just inside that horse, it's Juaraja in 3rd. So Triple SS then, well ahead of the field now. A good dozen lengths or so through the dry sand into the slightly more moist terrain and heading towards the curve. Triple SS well ahead of the field. The other 5 horses fairly well bunched up, but it's the red cap of Juaraja who is just leading that bunch as they close in marginally on Triple SS. But there's still a big gap between that horse and the other 5. Head down for the jockey, and that horse is looking good. Triple SS well ahead of the field as they go along the coast on the backside of this track. One more curve to come, and then the finish line is ahead. Has Triple SS gone out too early? They're making marginal gains on the leader. That group of 3, headed by Dragon now in the blue cap and hugging the inside rail, but it's Triple SS coming out of the bend and looking strong. Horse looking particularly good. Still a dozen or so lengths ahead of the second place horse. Triple SS looking really good. Can afford to take a wide berth. Head down for the jockey. racing towards the finish line, and the crowd are excited to see this burst of pace at the end. It's Triple SS by a sizable margin, taking the first race of the day. And look how big the margin is between first and second. Second place looks to have been taken by Dragon there, but what a run from Triple SS, who led from start to finish, straight out of the gate, opened up a huge gap. And just when it looked as if they might be reeling him in, he managed to kick on. And in the end, lead by quite a margin. Coming to a well-deserved trot there, Triple S, ridden by Angel Manarisip. Came into this one with a fifth placing last time out and second before that. So an excellent win for Triple SS. Boosting that horse's record. We'll get confirmation of the final results for you shortly, but it looked to me as if Dragon was in second place. But what a run from Triple SS. And looks in great shape. Just trotting down the back straight there, looking really nimble. Thumbs up from Manarisip. That's Dragon there, who did take second place. Really some considerable distance behind the winner in the end, but just managed to pull ahead of the rest of the field, who were chasing as a group at one point down the back straight there. At this time of the day, it's just gone 8:30 in the morning local time. Still fairly cool, but it's going to heat up by the time we get closer to midday and beyond. Here's how they got out then, and it was a super start, wasn't it, from Triple SS, leading from the very first few strides. Guti Spirit at this stage still very much in touch with the leading runner, but it was at this point that Triple SS pulled away. Guti Spirit maintaining second spot, but going fairly wide there, not the best position to take on the next curb. And Yuwa Raja, currently in third as you look at it, was slowly making headway and moving into second spot. But as you can see, the gap between second and first, quite considerable. Quite possible that Triple SS taking a little bit of a break around that curve. And that's when we speculated just about at this point that that chasing pack might be making some ground on the leader. But once that curve opened up and the straightaway appeared, he really got a hold of himself. And with that beautiful backdrop of the foaming waves crashing against the shore, Triple SS went to work. Just about now really starting to eat up that ground and re-establishing what became a very significant margin at the finishing post. This the final bend of this 1,200-meter track. And while the others seem to fade slightly, and understandably so, just look at the pace and the excitement. This horse seemed to have an awful lot still left in the tank. Really great form, just galloping away at pace there. And spectators in the grandstand, very knowledgeable crowd, knew that they were seeing a very energetic and impressive performance from Triple SS, ridden by Angel Manarisip. There's your winner, getting a nice little sponge down. Beautiful looking animal and clearly in top condition. Seemed to have plenty in reserve there. Took a bit of a rest down that back straight, didn't he? But my goodness, he really opened up when the excitement of the finish line approached. Looks very sprightly indeed, doesn't he? Have that winning banner put on him. Still excited, pretty frisky. Looks as if he could do another lap, I think. Not best pleased about having that draped over his back. And the handler's there having a bit of a tough time stabilizing it, as you can see. I think he wants to go for another run. Certainly seem to have plenty in store. So, Triple SS, winner of our first race of the day. Improving now to a 2-5-1 record over the last 3 races at Indonesia's horse racing events. Seems to have settled down a bit now that he's got that winning banner firmly placed around his torso. Looks like he's going to get another welcome sponging down as well. ₹30 million, the total purse for this opening race. On paper, there seemed to be very little between the 6 runners. Triple SS, in fairness, showing slightly better form than anyone else, but in the end, that margin of victory, perhaps surprising for those gathered here at the Legok Jawa horse racing track. So I hope you enjoyed that action from wherever you're watching around the world. As I say, Sunday morning here in West Java, approaching 8:40 a.m. and we'll be with you right through till around 4 p.m. local time, with a full card of 18 races, highlighted by race 14, which is a 250 million rupiah prize. Triple SS from the Shella Sokia stable, owned by Abid Dan Abil. Great way for them to start their day. Golden trophies all round. So confirmation of the top 3 finishers. Raja picking up 3rd spot, ridden by Dedi Suswanto, owned by Lyra Sabria. This is your 2nd place horse, which I had down as Dragon. Confirmation of that for you in a moment. Improving his record now over the last 3 races to 5, 5 and 2. So that's 5th place, followed by 5th place, and now today's 2nd. Dragon, ridden by Rizky Nugraha. From the Bintang Madura stable, owned by Saiful Bari and Lukmanul Hakim. Johnny Ratu, the trainer. And here's your winner, and still looks as if he's got bags of energy, doesn't he? Triple SS, ridden by Angel Manarisip. From the Shella Sokia stable, owned by Abid Dan Abil. Trained by Nicky Pantau. Still unsettled, isn't he? Looks as if he could run another race, maybe later on in the day. Clearly enjoying the cool weather of the first race of the day here in the early morning. Chomping down on that bit. So there's a nice photograph for the stable wall. Triple SS, first place in our opening race of the day, Class B, over 1,600 meters. The Blue Blood Stable Cup, presented to the owners. And big smiles all round. So the heavy going of this surface, no real challenge at all for Triple SS, who negotiated it quite perfectly. And we prepare for the second race of the day. This is a 2-year-old maiden class, AB, non-final, again over 1,400 meters. In gate 1, wearing number 1, the red cap, it's Street Sovereign. Outside him in the black cap, it's Midnight Suramadu. Wearing the green cap, horse number 6, Hennessy Angel. Zoe Kalashnikov. Wearing the blue cap is horse number 4 and in barrier 4. Next to that horse in barrier 5, number 2, Lord Tonsia. Captain Nagura is in gate number 6, wearing the white cap, number 3, and Boloro Whining in gate number 7, wearing 7 in that orange cap. So, horse number 1, Street Sovereign. That's Captain Nagura, who will be ridden by Fajar Walangitan. Back on Street Sovereign here. Romanti Turangan will be the jockey on that gorgeous looking animal. Really looking in good shape, these horses, aren't they? Beautiful sheen on them as the Temperature starts to gradually rise. Horse number 4 is Zoe Kalashnikov. Had a 9th place finish 3 events ago. Didn't take part in the previous 2 events under the Indonesia's horse racing banner. 7 runners in total in this one. Street Sovereign would seem to be the standout here with a 2nd place finish last time around. This is Hennessy Angel. Didn't take part in the last 2 events, had an 11th place finish prior to that, ridden by Rudy Rahmat today. 7 is Boloro Whining. Finished 6th in the last event. Joshua Michael Rory in the saddle. Last couple of days here, there's been quite a stiff breeze from the south, but fairly still this morning. The flags around the podium area. Very still when we arrived a couple of hours ago this morning. That breeze may pick up as the day moves on. This is Captain Nagura, ridden by Fajar Walengitan. Gets the first chance to stretch the legs. Zoe Kalashnikov. Kevin Araipasia is the jockey. Midnight Suramadu. Five of these horses haven't competed over the last 2 events. In fact, only Street Sovereign, who finished 2nd last time out, and Boloro Whining, who came in a 6th position, were the only ones to take part when we all got together last time. Street Sovereign then really showing the best form of the bunch, having picked up that 2nd spot in the last meeting. See standing room only on that far side behind the starting gate. There is Street Sovereign, likely to be the most fancied horse in this 2nd race of the day. 15 million rupiah at stake. Palm trees bearing coconuts in the background. It's a very rural part of the world. Extremely scenic. It's a very surf-friendly area. You can rent a surfboard in this part of the world for about $5 US. And take it from me, there are plenty of people doing that. That's Zoe Kalashnikov. First time we've seen Zoe Kalashnikov since April at the event in Yogyakarta, so he should be fresh. Same could be said, though, for 4 of the other horses in this field. Slowly making their way into the barrier, taking their own sweet time. Not a particularly comfortable place for horses to be, enclosed on all 4 sides. They don't want any one horse to be in there for too long. So it's a delicate matter of timing and logistics to get them all in at around the same time. We've got one riderless horse there. So there's been a bit of a problem. Now I'm going to try and get him in the barrier and then see if they can pop the jockey on later on. You can see that jockey just clambering over the barrier 2 stalls away. In goes the horse. Jockey's ready to just jump on. All's well. And the one straggler there is Captain Nagura with the white cap. Looks as if that's the final horse. And it's a real struggle to get him in there. But with that mission looking complete, I think everybody's ready to go, but he's really a little bit uncomfortable in there. And he's backed out again. And it is sometimes the case that horses have to withdraw at this stage if they can't get them calm enough to enter the stalls. Oh. So red flag still being raised while we try and get these recalcitrant horses into their stall. Captain Nagura not giving way to the persuasion, is he? It's taken a whole team of strong young men to try and put him in place, but he's not having it. There's certainly limited time available here because we can't have the rest of those horses stuck in the stall for too long. Otherwise, they'll start to lose their temper. So we still have a red flag. And as you can see, barrier number 5 currently empty. We may just have 5 horses in this one from the original lineup of 7. If indeed they've given up the ghost on the other 2. We've still got a red flag, so we're not ready to go yet. One last time, one last attempt. Doesn't look happy at all, does he? Captain Nagura. Didn't take part in the last 2 events. Prior to that, though, he had an 8th place finish. Doesn't look as if he wants any part of this race today, though, does it? The longer it goes on, the more you feel for the horse. And I must say, you probably feel for the jockey as well, all the preparation he's made. Spectators enjoying the early cool weather. It'll get slightly more uncomfortable as the day goes on. We have a green flag, which means we're ready to go. Not quite clear at this stage how many horses we have in the barrier. Captain Nagura still not in place and currently jockeyless. It'll be Fajar Walangitan to try and mount Captain Nagura, but it's looking increasingly less likely. That horse from the Bullion 99 stable, owned by Adi Abhideka. Still we have a green flag. Looks like we might be set to go. And we are away, finally, after quite a delay. And on the inside track, it's a very good start from Street Sovereign. Hugging that lane, just drifting out slightly more into the center of the track. And on the inside there, it's Hennessy Angel, but Hennessy Angel lost a little bit of ground, and now it's the horse on the outside in the purple. I think that's Zoe Kalashnikov. Yep, horse number 4 going quite well, but it's Street Sovereign in the lead and continuing to hug that rail. They're nicely bunched, these 5 horses. We had a starting field of 7, remember. There's one lingering way at the back there and clearly one non-starter. So it's Zoe Kalashnikov and Street Sovereign neck and neck as they come alongside the beach. And 2 horses on their outside coming up to make it 4 abreast. It's going to be a very exciting entry into the final bend. Street Sovereign ahead of the field by a neck. Zoe Kalashnikov on the outside takes second place, but going very well is Captain Nagura, the one that caused all the trouble getting into the stalls. Now unleashed, he's going pretty well there and in third, but surging ahead now is Street Sovereign. 6-7 lengths ahead. Looking tired as they come down the final straight, but there could be enough of a distance there to be able to hold off the field. Indeed, he's opened up that gap to way over a dozen lengths. The finishing line is in sight, and it's Street Sovereign by some margin now. In second spot, that's Zoe Kalashnikov, but what a win from Street Sovereign, who opened up a very late run and a sizable gap as a result. The winner, Street Sovereign there, ridden by Bramanti Turangan, taking the race win on our second event of the day. Horse number 1, who had that inside barrier and was in the barrier for some considerable time while they tried to get the other competitors in order. And he'll take a nice warm down the back straight there with the sea breeze to cool him. Very competitive for the early part of the race there. At one point, they were 4 abreast along the back straight. But staying power was the story for Street Sovereign. Managed to outlast those 3 competitors who was on his shoulder. And Bramanti Tarungan took him home in the end by a considerable distance that may have been as many as 15 lengths. Street Sovereign from the Amigo stable, owned by Keisha Jean and Charlene Aziel. Trained by Agus Widodo. And at this stage, it was anybody's race, wasn't it? 3 abreast there. Hennessy Angel had fallen back slightly, and it was a 3-horse race coming into the bend here. That became 2, but with that advantageous inside track, Street Sovereign took hold of the advantage and absolutely ran with it. They all managed to mount one last attempt to clamber over Street Sovereign and get by him. And as they rode down by the beach back straight there, again, it looked like it could be anybody's race. Zoe Kalashnikov going well at this stage. Horse number 4 there in the purple cap. But there on the inside, Street Sovereign taking advantage again of the advantageous line, hugging the rail nicely. And it was from here onwards that he opened up that gap to something much wider than we can even see now. Coming into the back straight, looking good. Street Sovereign with a second place finish last time out improves to a victory here in our second race of the day. Street Sovereign ridden by Bramanti Tarangan. Second place, Zoe Kalashnikov. Which is a big improvement for Zoe Kalashnikov. Hasn't taken part in the 2 most recent events, but prior to that had a 9th place finish. So that'll be something for everyone involved to be pleased with. Nice cool down over the hindquarters there. Could be very easy to get these horses overheated, particularly as the day goes on, but these handlers know exactly how to manage the condition of these beautiful, beautiful horses. Let's see if Street Sovereign adapts to this winning blanket slightly better than our previous winner did. Seems fairly comfortable with it. Just picking up a quick view of the flags there, which indicates that there is now a breeze that wasn't evident when we all arrived at the track about 3 hours ago. So good news for everybody concerned that there is a breeze coming from the south. Coming from the east, I beg your pardon. As you look across the race course towards the sea, that is due south that you're peering at, and those flags there a bit more of a flutter than they had a few hours ago, but it was a stiffer breeze yesterday, and that very likely will pick up as the day goes on. So there's that view I'm talking about over towards the beach. That is due south. Not too far away from Madasari Beach, which is the surfing hub here. Those of you who surf will probably be very familiar with that location. Well, we're about 20 minutes drive away from there. So the podium performers, as it were, the top three finishers, just doing their lap of the parade ground, and there's confirmation of the result. Street Sovereign with the win. Zoe Kalashnikov in second. Captain Nagara, who caused all of that trouble at the beginning of the race getting into the traps, actually had a creditable third place in the end, and Hennessy Angel coming in fourth. There's Street Sovereign. All in a day's work for him. Street Sovereign looking comparatively extremely calm compared to poor old Captain Nagura, who had a rough old time of it before the race started, but then settled quite nicely into the going once the traps opened, picking up third spot. Always good to see that a horse that has some anxiety getting into the traps comes away nicely settled afterwards. Just a nice little cool down around the parade before the trophy presentation. About 25 degrees Celsius just at the moment. That is due to increase, approaching 30 degrees. So our third place finisher, and he looks nicely settled now, doesn't he, Captain Nagura? Lots of anxiety coming into the race. Captain Nagura from the Bullion 99 stable, owned by Adi Abhideka. So all's well that ends well for Captain Nagura. A little bit distressing to see the kerfuffle getting him into the stalls, but he seems happy enough now, doesn't he? There's your winner. We'll get another look at him in a moment. This is Zoe Kalashnikov. Dramatic improvement on recent records. Last run was in April with that 9th place finish. From the Des stable, owned by Fidela Fernandez. Tony Siafri, the trainer. And here's our winner, and a very convincing one in the end. Street Sovereign second last time out when we got together in June, and a winner here today. Didn't take part in that event in May, but took a 6th place in April. Very competitive race until they came out of that final bend, and then Street Sovereign really came into his own after that. And the finishing gap was considerable. So great work from this horse. And his jockey, Pramanti Turangan. From the Amigo stable. Keisha Jean and Charlene Aziel, the owners. So good start for Bramantio Turangan in the saddle in this second race of the day. Two races down, but don't worry, we've got 16 more to go in this 8-hour coverage. And here's what we saw in race 2. Street Sovereign getting away very well, but took a big advantage by hugging that rail all the way round. Had a good draw in the inside barrier and really made that count. You can keep an eye on the white cap of Captain Nagura. That's the horse that struggled to get in the trap and yet performed so well, picking up 3rd spot. Seemed like Street Sovereign was just taking a bit of a break down this back straight. There was plenty left in the tank, wasn't there? Because we saw an impressive opening of the stride length once we got round the bend they're approaching now. 4 abreast at this point in Captain Nagura, looking to go really well on the outside in that white cap, nudging up to 3rd place at this point and even 2nd here. But here we saw Street Sovereign now opening up a gap of 3-4 lengths and beyond. And with the finish line in sight, there was no stopping Street Sovereign. Zoe Kalashnikov wearing the purple silks and the blue cap behind by some margin, but taking 2nd place. And Captain Nagura held on to 3rd place. Confirmation of race 2 then. Street Sovereign, your winner. Zoe Kalashnikov picking up 2nd. Captain Nagura in 3rd. Hennessy Angel wearing the green cap placed 4th. Boloro Whining in 5th. Midnight Suramadu in 6th. And it looks like Lord Tonsia was a non-starter in this 2nd race. All right, so race 3, 2-year-old. Finalist Division 1, this one also over 1,400 meters. It's an 11-horse field. Jack MH is in gate 1. On the outside of him, it's Dopamine Prasasti. In gate 3, Al Bar GDM. Wearing the black cap, horse number 5. In gate 4, it's Kirana Kalashnikov. Alana Suramadu in barrier 5. Wearing the pink cap, number 11. In the black and white cap, horse number 8 in barrier 6, Alaric the King MH. Long Last is in barrier 7, Freesia the Lady in 8, Black Mamba Prasasti wearing the blue cap in barrier 9. On the outside of him, it's Sayun TA wearing the gold cap, number 9, and Maestro wearing green, number 6, is in barrier 11. So an 11-horse race here, 15 million rupiah at stake, 2-year-old maiden class. These AB classes are 161 centimeters tall and above. All 2-year-olds. Frisha the lady, horse number 2. Had a 3rd place finish last time out. This is Black Mamba Prasasti. Has competed in all of the last 3 events, just getting mounted by Emre Can, finishing 7th, 6th, and 10th. Number 6 there is Maestro, ridden by Joshua Michael Rory. 3rd last time out. Jack MH and Black Mamba Prasasti, the only 2 horses to compete in all 3 of the last events, together with Dopamine Prasasti. This is Alaric the King, MH. Will be in gate number 6. Horse number 7 there is Dopamine Prasasti, ridden by Christian P. One of those 3 horses that's competed in all of the last 3 events, finishing 7th, 4th, and 9th respectively. So yet to get a top 3 placing. Albar GDM, horse number 1 with the red cap there and those blue and white stripes. Leading the pack towards the starting gates. Dopamine Prasasti. Sayun TA there, ridden by Yanni Rodonuwu. Long last, horse number 10, Ahmad Saifuddin in the saddle. This is Alilana Suramadu, ridden by Ahmed Ramdani. Alaric the King, MH, looking as if there's quite a bit of spring in the step. So the biggest field we've had so far. 11 horses in this one. Crowded field then as the gate gets rolled into place. And we'll see if we can get all 11 horses safely entrenched. Oh, one of the handlers had a bit of a stumble in the background there. All seems to be well. Heavy going for the handlers as well as the horses. Big blue skies above. A little bit of cloud, and that it will get a little bit cloudier in the next hour or so, but then we're destined to have some blue skies once again before a possible threat of a little bit of rain later on. We'll see how that mixes in with the entertainment. So first horse going into the gate looks to be Albar GDM. Backed away though. Dopamine Prasasti looks to be in place nice and early, but as you can see, plenty of horses there yet to settle. Seeing as this is quite a big field, gives me a good chance to tell you about the season we've had so far. This is the 5th of 8 races scheduled for 2026. Next up, we're in West Sumatra. That's on the 23rd of August. And then we're in North Sulawesi on the 25th of October. And then right at the year end, at the Sultan Agang Racecourse di Yogyakarta on the 6th of December. It's our final race of the 8-race season. And then big plans for next year, where the plan is to have some great events in North Jakarta at the new horse race track that's being developed there for the Asian Games and will open, I believe, in September. A little bit more on that later on, perhaps. Handler's doing a good job of getting these horses in position. Just 2 to approach the starting gate, and everybody looks relatively settled. Everybody's in. We have a green flag. And they're away, and it's a good start on the inside barrier there. Horse number 7, Dopamine Prasasti, still going well. In fact, he's now in second spot because it's the yellow cap of Frisia the Lady who's just nudged her way in front, and there she is, horse number 2, leading the pack now as they fan out and approach the first curve. It's Frisia the Lady by 2 lengths. On the inside, going well, is Dopamine Prasasti, who had the best start, and because of that inside track, just has a nose in front. Dopamine Prasasti, horse number 7, being tracked very, very well by Frisia the Lady in the yellow cap. Behind them, it's Albar GDM in those blue and white silks, and it's those 3 horses that lead the field, this 11-horse field in the 3rd race of the season. 3 abreast then as they ride along the beach side. And there's a pack of 4 horses behind them who are in position to threaten, but it's horse number 2, Frisia the Lady, who has a nose in front at the moment. Has that inside track, but being followed closely by Albar GTM, ridden by Angel Manarisip, who's had some success already today, but it's Frisia the Lady on the inside track who's got the distance. It's a close one, got that inside track, but the advantage goes away now because they're on the straight, the finishing straight. And it's great work by Albar GTM, who's nudged ahead with the staying power as the line approaches by less than a horse length. It's Albar GDM from Frisia the Lady. It was a super race down that back straight. The staying power in the end belonged to Albar GDM, ridden by Angel Manarisip. Frisia the Lady with Ehsan Saputra in the saddle gave it a really good shout and led for much of the way there, taking advantage of that inside line. But by the time they got to that home straight, it was the raw pace of Albar GDM that decided the day. Closest finish we've had so far today then. In the end, it was probably by a horse's length. And that is Angel Manarisip's second win of the day, having picked up the victory in the saddle in race number 1. And this one remained competitive until the very end, didn't it? Even late on, there were as many as 6 or 7 horses who could have picked up the victory as they were approaching the final bend. They were fanning out nicely here in the early going, and it looked as if there may be quite a sort of lengthy procession with the horses taking a linear shape to the field, but they all bunched up quite a bit after this one. Freesia the Lady going well there in the yellow cap nearest camera, taking the outside line though, and that may have cost her as they approached that back straight by the beach. Neck and neck, those two here. Albar GDM making the move on the outside. Horse number 1 with the red cap there, a long way from the barrier as they approach the curve for the final time. Albar GDM not in the best position, you'd think. And as Freesia the Lady pulled away from Dopamine Prasasti, it was only Albar GDM that really had the strength to go with her. That inside line looked to be a big advantage for Freesia the Lady. But just look at the power and the staying power of Albar GDM, ridden by Manarisip for his second victory of the day. Anybody's race at this point. 2 abreast, but they're a long way away, and it's at this point really that Freesia the Lady starts to lag slightly. And Albar GDM gets the nod at the finishing post by inside a horse's length. Great run. Looking very comfortable and settled, Albar GDM, I must say. Very relaxed, clearly in good condition. Picked up a 3rd place in that meeting in June, and goes 2 better here today. Getting a congratulatory pat from his handler. And looking really good, isn't he? Freesia the Lady and Albar GDM close in the final analysis. They came into this weekend with identical records over the last 3 races, picking up at 5th place in April. Neither competed in May, and both took 3rd spot in June. Taking another look at this one then, and Freesia the Lady in the yellow cap really going well early on. But the timing of the challenge from Albar GDM was what really made the difference here. Just biding some time. Picking the moment and attacking really at the perfect point. Albar GDM is horse number 1 with a red cap, and you can see at this point those white and blue stripes there. In 3rd, but with quite a little bit of ground to make up, and having, at this point anyway, to make his way around the two horses in front. Looked as if it could settle into a two-horse race at this point. But just watch Albar GDM slowly taking position in a very wide part of the track there, because they're approaching the final curve. So he's taking the longer route to the finish line. But you have to say, measured to perfection. And the timing of the assault in the end, absolutely perfect. Frisha, the lady, with that inside line, looked good for her at this point. A length ahead and with the inside track. But Albar GDM had other ideas, and as it came down to a final sprint for the line, it was Angel Manarif's mount who had the strength, the stamina, the poise, and the tactical timing to win there by a length.
You can ask me about it.
Well-deserved pat on the nose. ₹15 million, the prize money here. Maestro then picking up third spot in the end. Joshua Michael Rory, the jockey from the Miranda stable. Andrea N. Supit, the owner. Third last time out and third here today. So some consistency, and that trophy held aloft with some pride, as you can see. Showing it off to the spectators in the grandstand. I think maybe some family members there sharing in the joy. Frisha, the lady, who looked in such a strong position with that inside line. And 2/3, 3/4 of the race done, but just faded at the end. Over this 1,400 meter distance, just over a lap of the track. It's a 1,200 meter lap here. Isan Saputra, jockey, trained by Karlan from the King Halim stable. Tejo Ongkawi Jojo, the owner. So great effort from Frisha, the lady. Tactically very sound, but in the end just didn't quite have the staying power in comparison to our winner. Here is our winner, and what a performance. Just raw athletic ability took this horse home in the final few meters. winning by a length under the stewardship of Angel Manarisip, who's had a really good day already. Couple of victories in the bag, early doors. And looks quite statuesque, doesn't he, Albar GDM? From the GDM stable, Suadi One Sky, the owner, trained by Nicky Pantau. Hope you're enjoying the action wherever you are in the world. My name's Steve Dawson. It is 9:38 local time. We've got 15 more races to come, so strap yourself in and enjoy the action. Beautiful day here in West Java. We're at the Legok Jawa horse racing track in Pangandaran. In one of the surfing capitals of Southeast Asia. All the action taking place firmly on land here today, though. And these beautiful horses taking center stage. Confirmation of the results then from race 3. Albar GDM with the win. Freisha the Lady putting in a fine performance, but just not having the drive at the end of the day. Maestro picking up third. In fourth place, it was Black Mamba Prasasti. Sion TA picking up fifth. In that black and white cap, Alaric the King MH in sixth spot. Seventh belonged to Kirana Kalashnikov. Long Last coming in eighth. Dopamine Prasasti in ninth. And bringing up the rear, Alana Suramadu. Lift the mic up a little bit. Race 4 then. (1,300 meters). We've got 9 horses in this field. Cheleng Manis is in gate number 1, wearing the green cap, horse number 6. Narayana is in gate number 2. In the black cap, horse number 5, Flamboyant, is in gate 3. Outside that horse is Better Sweet, wearing the blue cap of number 4. Santana Rembulan is in gate 6. Sorry, gate 5. Gate 6 belongs to Kylie Jane. Aji Saka in gate 7. Siam Wakas MH wearing the white cap, horse number 3 in gate 8. And then on the outside, it's Amarangana in the yellow cap, horse number 2. Lira Sabria, owner of 2 of the horses here, Ajisaka and Amarangana. Five regions of Indonesia represented in this race: West Java, East Java, Central Java, Central Sumatra and West Sumatra. 3 horses from the Aragon stable, that's Ajisaka, Amarangana and Narayana. Lily Mormat trains a couple of the horses here, Siam Wakas MH and Santana Rembulan. Horse number 4, Better Sweet. The only horse here to have won last time out. In fact, the only horse with a winning start over the last 3 events. So keep your eye on Better Sweet. Siam Wakas MH there, horse number 3. Ridden by Ronaldi Ratu. By the way, a little heads up for you. Angel Manaresip, who has been in the saddle for 2 race wins already, is riding Flamboyant in this race. That indeed is Flamboyant right there. Finished third when we got together in May earlier this year. So Angel Manarisip looking fairly good for a hat-trick. Cheleng Manis in your picture, horse number 6. Hasn't competed in the last 3 events. Just guzzling down a little bit of much-needed water. Truly Pantau jumps up on Santana Rembulan. This is Kylie Jane, ridden by Wahyu. And number 9 is Narayana. $25 million rupiah at stake in this 4th race of the day. And it's a 9-horse field. Narayana in the orange cap had a 5th place finish in May. Ridden by Jentati Dinata. There's Bittersweet, the only horse with a win in the last 3 events. Santana Rembulan had a 2nd place finish last time out in June. Another look at the flags there. Looks as if it's a wind's coming from the south today rather than the east, as was the case yesterday. My goodness me, that handler's having a rough time of things on the outside. Sayam Wakas MH causing a bit of trouble. That's what you get when you try and run as quickly as a horse can run. Bittersweet. Rizky Nugraha in the saddle. Looks like Flamboyant. This is Santana Rembulan. Narayana just opening up that stride for the first time. Get the feeling there that Bittersweet is having a little bit of trouble. The jockey was gesticulating to some of the staff on the ground there. And the horse does seem a little bit unsettled as we look at Flamboyant and Angel Manarisip. Quarter to 10 in the morning local time. The sun is well and truly up. And again, you can see those flags definitely coming in from the south. That's where the sea is, to the right of camera. So this is a Class C event. That's horses from 151 centimeters to 156 centimeters tall. Starting gate just being wheeled into place. On the wrong side of that starting gate there is, looks like Kejuaraan Manis. Sure he'll find his way around. Mounted by Nana Suryana. That's Siam Wakas MH, Reynaldi Ratu in the saddle. Easy to identify Siam Wakas MH, isn't it? That lovely colour. The blonde mane and that light brown colouring. Amarangana in the yellow cap, number 2. Horse looks very relaxed. Dedi Suswanto in the saddle. So heavily blinkered, Kejuaraan Manis. Not yet comfortable enough to get the right side of the starting gate. They may be looking to back him in. There's more than one way to skin a cat. Siam Wakas, that beautiful chestnut-coloured horse that I was referencing just a few moments ago. Fourth race of the day then, 25 million rupiah at stake. 1,300 meters, so a fraction over one lap of this 1.2 kilometer course. 9 runners in this one. First to enter the gate is on that inside. Kejuaraan Manis, the horse that they were reluctant to bring around the rear of the gate. They did indeed manage to back in Kejuaraan Manis. Nana Suryana on board. So here's your starting lineup then. Once again, confirmation. Kejuaraan Manis in gate 1. Outside that horse, it's Narayana. Flamboyant in gate 3. In gate 4, it's Better Sweet, wearing the blue cap, number 4. Santana Rembulan in gate 5. Outside that horse is Kylie Jane in the black and white cap, wearing number 8. Aji Saka in the red cap is in 7. Gate 8 contains Siam Wakas MH, and then it's Amarangana on the outside in gate 9. Siam Wakas, one of the last horses to settle into the gate. Made an attempt there, but he wasn't having any of it. Second attempt coming. Here we go. There we are, nicely in. Gate 4 currently empty. That's going to be filled by Better Sweet. And they all look to be safely in the traps now, which means we're just about ready to go. Slightly over 1 lap then, this race 4 of the day. And we've had a bit of bother with a false start. That's Ajisaka breaking loose. They'll push him back in and see if we can get underway again. Green flag is aloft, and they are finally away. One of those horses is still in the starting gate and did not get away at all. But let's focus on those that did. And it's Amarangana who has the best run of the lot. But on the inside there, and they're touching those horses, is, I think, Cheleng Manis. Yes. Horse number 6, Cheleng Manis. Managed to just nudge her way through beyond Amarangana. They were definitely touching for a prolonged period there, and Cheleng Manis has the inside line as they come round that first bend and alongside the beach. Cheleng Manis, but on the outside, it's Amarangana making headway again. On the inside there is Better Sweet, but Better Sweet losing out to those two who are ahead. It's Amarangana in the yellow cap, 1 length ahead of the field. Cheleng Manis in second. Amarangana enters that final curve in this 1,300 meter race and looking good. Amarangana ridden by Dedi Suwanto. 2-3 horse lengths ahead of the pack now. Still in second is Cheleng Manis, but it's looking increasingly less likely that they'll be able to make any ground on the leading horse. Amarangana in that yellow cap, getting a little tap on the backside with the whip, and we are now good 10 lengths ahead of the field. It's Amarangana ridden by Dedi Suwanto coming home. Very close at the end there. It was the Siam Wakas MH who really made excellent ground in the closing stages, but it's Amarangana who takes the win. Dedi Suwanto in the saddle, picking up that wind, and rather alarmingly lost a bit of gas there in the final few meters. A really late but strong run, challenging for the lead in those final moments. Amarangana, your winner. But I think it was Siam Wakas, wasn't it, who made that late run in your picture there that almost paid dividends. 1 horse left in the gates as the remainder went cleanly down that home straight, past the start-finish line for the first time, 1 lap to go. And there's the contact that I was talking about early on. Those 2 horses touching side by side. In the end, Amarangana just gave way and fell back slightly. And it was the green cap of Cheleng Manis who took the lead as they came out of that first bend and alongside the beach. Cheleng Manis now 2 horse lengths ahead. And we're seeing a good run here from Amarangana, picking up pace on the outside. Better Sweet was showing some good form, but hugging the rail there, couldn't make it last. Amarangana, a couple of lengths ahead of the pack, and moves to the right to take that line by the rail as they come round for the very final time into the home straight. And there's a good gap, and at this point you think it's only going to get bigger, but just watch what happens. Clearly the jockey feeling that Amarangana is flailing somewhat, and then look at this attack on the inside from Siam Wakas MH, and Dedi Suwanto looking over his shoulder to see exactly how far away Cheleng Manis was, and in the end it was inside a couple of lengths. A really impressive late run there from Cheleng Manis, but not quite enough in the final analysis. It's Amarangana, ridden by Dedi Suwanto, who takes the win. Big win for Amarangana, and I know Dedi Suwanto will be relieved because he was looking over his shoulder at least a couple of times in that final 100 meters or so, aware of the fact that Cheling Manis was gaining ground very quickly, and had there been another 20-30 meters to this course, we may have seen a different winner altogether. Amarangana just hanging on in the end and taking third place last time out improves very nicely, thank you to a first here at the Legok Jawa horse racing track. Another look at this one. Really good start, wasn't it, from Amarangana, the eventual winner. There's all that contact we were referring to in the early going. It was just a battle for who's going to take the lead in the early stages. The story was not done just yet. In the end, though, it was Cheling Manis who came out or into that first bend, leading by a horse's length. Amarangana tucked in nicely. And being forced to take the outside line. Cheling Manis with that advantageous line on the rail. And at this point, looking good. Couple of lengths ahead of the field. Then comes this surge from Amarangana. This was a really important part of the race for Dedi Suwanto in the saddle. Nudges his way ahead. Looking impressive at this point. And as they came in and out of this final bend, it really looked as if Amarangana was going to do nothing more than increase the lead. Keep your eye, though, on Cheling Manis, wearing the green cap there in the center of your screen, because that late pounce was a spectacular effort. And as I said a few moments ago, had we had another 30, 40 meters to this race, he may well have taken first place. At this point, doesn't look particularly hopeful. But I think Dedi Suwanto knew that his horse was flagging, and that's when the whip came in. And it's Siam Wakas MH in the white cap, actually, that makes the big run. My apologies. Really great effort there to close that gap. Brilliant effort there from horse number 3, ridden by Reynaldi Ratu. And in the end, they were not far away. Confirmation then, Amarangana with the win. Siam Wakas MH making a real race of it in the closing stages. In third place, Flamboyant, who incidentally was ridden by Angel Manarisip, who's already won a couple of races so far today. Nayarana in fourth, Santana Rembulan in fifth. Sixth place belonged to Better Sweet. Then it was Ajisaka Cheling Manis and Kylie Jane in ninth place. ₹25 million rupiah, the purse for this fourth race. And the battle that we saw down that home straight really gives you the impression that everyone's earned their dollars, or their rupiah in this case. Angel Manaresip's picked up a couple of wins already. Third place here in race 4. Flamboyant from the Nona Cindy stable. Drs. H. Sentot DJ, the owner. Nicky Pantau, the trainer. Siam Wakas MH with that blonde mane and blonde tail. Taking second spot, but in many ways providing all of the excitement with that thrilling chase down the home straight. Giving the impression that he's probably better suited to a slightly longer race. Tremendous staying power. What a late and great attack it was. In the end, not quite enough. Ridden by Reynaldi Ratu. Lili Momwat, the trainer. This horse from the Mutiara Hitam stable. And finally, the horse that held on by the skin of his teeth down that home straight. Made the break and managed to just keep his nose in front. Amanangana, piloted by Dedi Suswanto. Third place last time out in June and picks up the win today. Great delight, I'm sure, for his stable and owner. Lira Sabria, who had 2 horses in this race. The Aragon stable. And congratulations to the trainer, Tenny Rory. Our 5th race of the day is an open class sprint over 1,300 meters. 10 horses in this field. On the inside track, it's Azria Eclipse. Wearing the yellow cap in gate number 2, it's Lipang Beijing, used to be known as Arbox Nagari. Gate number 3 holds Manik Siwa. Zoro Saka is in gate number 4, wearing the black cap. Horse number 5 in gate 5, Surya Bibi. P. Bintang Sakti is in gate 6. Rapid Dash, wearing the red cap, is in gate 7. Outside him, it's Queen Devona KH, with the white cap. That's horse number 3. Yazuka SS in 9 and Prince Patriot in 10. Jockeys being presented to the assembled spectators, and just marking your card again, seeing as we've had 2 wins today from Angel Manarisip. He is in the saddle for Yakuza SS, who is one of the horses with form here today. 4th place last time out, 6th prior to that. Probably the fancied horse here is Lipang Bajing. He's had a 2nd place finish in the only one of the last 3 events that he's taken part in. Queen Devona KH, by the way, has had 2 consecutive 3rd place rides. So competitive field. There is Queen Devona, ridden today by Jimmy Runtu. Coming out of trap number 8 today. So consecutive 3rd place finishes for Queen Devona KH. That's Marcel Singal getting up on Surya BB. Manik Siwa, ridden by Dedi Suswanto, winner of the race we've just seen. Zoro Saka, horse number 7, that's P. Bintan Sakti. Salman Farid in the saddle. Yakuza SS, horse number 9. Prince Patriot with Fajar Walingitan in the saddle. 2nd place last time out, 6th prior to that. So a little bit of form for Prince Patriot. Three of the runners from West Java here. Queen Devona KH, Manik Siwa and Zoro Saka. A couple of these horses are trained by Ruli Soloran. That's Azaria Eclipse and Surya BB. Queen Devona KH there. Azaria Eclipse, horse number 4. Surya BB. Manik Siwa, horse number 6. 7 is Zoro Saka. That's P. Bintang Sakti. Salman Farid in the saddle. Yakuza SS is horse number 9. And in the white stars on blue with the purple cap, that's Prince Patriot. These palm trees supporting oversized coconuts are around for miles and miles as far as the eye can see. As I say, about a 9-hour drive from Jakarta, traveling in a southeasterly direction. Probably travel through or around the city of Bandung on the way. And the locale of Pangandaran is where we are. As I mentioned before, a short drive from Madasari Beach. Very much a surfing capital with adorable coffee shops. And many lithe, tanned torsos getting on their surfboards and enjoying the warm weather. And very attractive waves. Described as a surfing location for beginners and intermediate surfers. Wave height about, I can get up to 6 feet, according to the guide I have here. So if you're of that persuasion, get yourself down here. Lovely part of the world. (10:15 in the morning local time). Plenty of smiles from the spectators. Seen some good races so far. Four of these horses have not raced in any of the last three events. Rapid Dash, Azaria Eclipse, Surya BB, and Zoro Saka. Couple of horses have managed to get a second place in that run of three. Prince Patriot, last time out actually, and Limpang Bajing picked up a second in the event that we had in May. ₹40 million rupiah at stake here. Spectators being whipped up into a frenzy from the PA system. They'll be watching another 1,300-meter sprint. So again, just a fraction over a one lap here. They'll start 100 meters back from the start-finish line, or from the finish line. Horse number 10, Prince Patriot, that blue silk with white stars. That's a purple cap that Fajar Walingitan is wearing. Not so easy to distinguish from his blue silks. In the foreground there, that's Queen Devona KH, looking as if he's going to be backed into the starting gate. Into gate number 4, Zoro Saka. No drama. Yakuza SS safely installed in gate number 9. Very well supported, this event. Key sponsors. And horse racing associations and groups from around the country. One last runner to slip into gate 4. That looks like Queen Devona KH. It's actually Azaria Eclipse. Everyone's in place. Bit of trouble there from Queen Devona KH in gate 3, which I think is why they delayed her entry, but the doors have been shut and they're ready to go once more, I think. And we are away. Everybody's cleanly out of the starting gate, and it's a good first few meters for Queen Devona KH in the white cap, but already she's dropped back, and on that inside lane, I think we've got Prince Patriot there, just ceding the lead as they come into this first bend at the Legok Jawa horse racing track. Surya BB with the lead, but on the inside it's Azaria Eclipse taking that advantageous line, wearing the yellow silks there, and that blue cap still hugs the rail as they go along the seaside. Coming up in the middle there, looks like horse number 2, Limpang Bajeng. But on the outside, there's a bunch of horses that have usurped that position. 3 of them now coming into the final bend. Long way still to go, but on the inside line, that's the best one to have with the black cap there. It's Surya BB. Definitely has the advantage, hugging the line there as they come out of that final bend. It could be anyone's race as they head down the final stretch now. Horse number 5, Surya BB, with the slight advantage, but it's not over yet. Coming up very well on the outside. In the white cap there is Queen Devona KH, and it's going to be a really tight one as they get to the line, and that's anybody's call. Very, very tight indeed. We'll have to wait for official confirmation as to who gets that one. Very, very crowded field heading towards that finish line in the final moments. 2 horses stood out, and from my view, I couldn't quite clearly see who had the edge. But very exciting stuff in those closing moments. Focusing, I think, there on Prince Patriot. Yakuza SS in your picture now with the orange cap. Big smile on the face of the jockey, and it seems like he's been advised. Big smile on Angel Manarisip's face. 2 victories already in the bag prior to this race. And he's getting a big kiss, Yakuza SS, from the jockey. So here are those closing stages. Now Yakuza SS is in the orange cap there, I think finishing 3rd. It looks to me as if it's the purple cap of horse number 10, Prince Patriot, who gets the win from that angle. Not conclusive from that angle. We're just offline with the finishing post, but it looks to me as if Prince Patriot has been given first place. Fajar Walangitan in the saddle. Raising a finger in the air, so he thinks he's won, and it's by a neck, a nose even. Let's have another look. Queen Devona KH on the inside, but it's the purple-capped Prince Patriot who we think just gets it, and it is by a nose, isn't it? I think probably just by a neck by the time they get to the finish line there, but it was a feisty battle as they came down that home straight. There's confirmation for you. Prince Patriot in first, Queen Devona KH a very, very close second. And a fine effort, wasn't it, from Yakuza SS in the orange cap that in the end, ridden by Angel Manarisip, came in third place. Prince Patriot's second last time out when we all gathered together in June. And here we are 1 month later, and that's the first place. Oh, looks excited, doesn't he? I think he maybe knows he's won. Probably a bit of a shock to have all that cold water poured over you. Here's the race again then, 1,300 meters, so just over a lap of the track. Everybody got away cleanly. It was the green cap of Manik Siwa who was pulling up or picking up the rear. Everybody else in front of him. And the early going looked very, very good for Surya BB. But then progress made on the inside with the Azria Eclipse, horse number 4. In that blue cap, hugging the rail as they went down the back straight along the beachfront here. And then they all, just look at them all coming up here on the outside. All but 2 horses really in with a chance of taking top step of the podium. 3 breaking away as they entered the final turn. P. Bintang Sakti was one of them in the black and white cap there. By the time they came out of that final turn, though, it was being distilled into a 2-horse race. There from the rear, we can see Prince Patriot nearest the camera by a neck, we think. Great effort from Queen Devona KH to push Prince Patriot all the way to the finish line there. Another look at it. Yakuza SS coming in third place. Just see that horse coming into picture now. Another really exciting finish. Confirmation then of the entire field's end results. Prince Patriot, horse number 10, taking the top step. Queen Devona KH in second. Yakuza SS in that orange cap coming in third place. Surya BB in fourth. Fifth place belonged to P. Bintan Sakti. It was Rapid Dash in sixth. Limpang Bajeng in seventh. Manik Siwa in eighth. And then Azaria Eclipse and Zoro Saka completing the field. There's our winner, Prince Patriot, ridden by Fajar Wallingitan. Showing really good trend over the last 3 meetings, including this one, then a 6th place finish in May, 2nd last time out in June, and then 1st place here today. Trainer, owner, stable, all must be absolutely delighted with that progress. And masterfully ridden by Fajar, just keeping that horse's neck ahead of the pack as Queen Devona KH closed in a menacing manner, with the finish line approaching rapidly. Queen Devona's second place finish comes off the back of 2 third places, so good consistent running from that horse. Jimmy Runtu in the saddle on that occasion. Good progress too, it must be said, from Yakuza SS. 6th in May, 4th in June, 3rd here today. So few runners here on an encouraging trend. Prize presentation coming up for you, and stick around because we've got a 3-horse race coming up with 15 million rupiah at stake after that. Third place horse, Yakuza SS. Ridden by the already very successful Angel Manarisip. Just like any human athlete, the warm-down process quite important here, just allowing these horses to circle for a moment, cool down a little bit. They are now getting the benefit of a little bit of a breeze from the sea as well, so that'll be welcome respite for humans and equines alike. So the wind coming off the sea today, changed direction from the last couple of days, but these flags now flying as strongly as they have been over the last 2 days. We're at the Legok Jawa horse racing track in Pangandaran. This is West Java. Sunny weather, quite evident to everybody, isn't it? 28 degrees now, and that's about as high as it's going to get today. Theoretically, the threat of rain, but I don't see any clouds, do you? as picturesque as this venue is, a lot of attention will be shifting to North Jakarta later this year and certainly into 2027 as we get horse races at the what will be a world-class horse racing arena to be known as the Jakarta International Equestrian Park, Pulau Mas, in North Jakarta, as I say. World-class horse racing arena in progress, covering an area of 9.2 hectares, being developed by Saga Land. And some of the best horse racing in Indonesia will be taking place from there in the coming months. So that's something for horse racing fans in this part of the world and beyond to look forward to. Well, while we're waiting for our prize presentation, let's just take a look at some of the highlights of that last race. Everybody got away cleanly. Bit of a straggler at the back there. That was Manik Siwa. But everybody else remained competitive until the latter stages of this one. And by the time we did get to the end, what an effort it was just to stay ahead of Queen Devona KH. Prince Patriot getting the win. Looks like they're ready to give away the prizes now. Yakuza SS will be first up. That was the Angel Manarisip ride, who is also taking part in the next race. There's confirmation then of the full result. Those three, as mentioned, Surya BB in fourth, P. Bintan Sakti in fifth, Rapid Dash in sixth. Niki Pantau, again, training Yakuza SS. from the Shella Sokia stable. Abi Dan Abil, the owner. So pleasing day, despite only finishing third for Yakuza SS, making good progress. 6th, 4th, and now 3rd in the last 3 races. Always good news for a stable to see that kind of movement. And steady improvement here also for Queen Devona KH. Couple of 3rd place finishes. Followed on now by this 2nd spot. But by now the battle-hardened Prince Patriot just clung on with great tenacity in those final few meters. Absolutely certain he could feel the threat behind him from Queen Devona KH, but Prince Patriot holds on, gets the win, and that's some improvement over the last 3 races for this horse. 6th, followed by a 2nd in June, and now 1st place today. And doesn't he look glorious? From the Bullion 99 stable. And well ridden by Fajar Walangitan. So very happy looking entourage there. Celebrating the victory for Prince Patriot. That's 5 races in the bag now. And there's your official results for race number 5. Not seeing any clouds. That early threat of rain seems to me as if it's not going to come about. Here's a summary of what we've had so far. Race 1, over 1,600 meters. This was the starting lineup. Guti Spirit, Patria Pakasa, Mentang Minister, Dragon, Triple SS, and Yuaraja lining up. Six starters then. And it was a cracking start, wasn't it, on the inside line from Triple SS. And this horse eventually picked up the victory and just really stole the glory from the very start all the way through to the very end. At this stage, generating a massive gap between the other 5 horses. Passing the finishing line for the first time here with 1 lap to go, and already it's looking like a foregone conclusion. Would he have the staying power to see it all the way to the end? Well, Dragon in the blue cap and Yuaraja in the red cap would have something to say about that. You can see Yuaraja on the inside line as they come around that bend to head down the back straight in front of this beautiful piece of coastline. But Triple SS still managed to hold an impressive looking gap as 3 horses then suddenly mounted an attack. Buoyed by each other, they reduced that gap slightly. Triple SS would not really have been aware of exactly what was going on. Angel But just watch how excited this horse got as they come out of this final bend with the finish line in sight. Just when it looked as if Dragon, clearly in second position, might make some ground. No, Triple SS wasn't having any of it. Absolutely strode away. And in the end, that gap was huge. Monumental performance to open up our day with Triple SS, race 1 winner under the stewardship of Angel Manarisip. Dragon coming in second, Yuaraja in third, Patria Perkasa in fifth, followed by Menting Minister and Guti Spirit. I'm sure that changeable weather is a feature of this part of the world, but at the moment I'm pretty confident that the rain we were warned about isn't going to come. All I can see there is gorgeous blue skies, and what a scene that is. You can see there the waves. It's a long beach. You can actually get out quite far into the sea there, and it remains quite shallow. We move ahead then to race 6, and this is a 3-horse race. Angel Manarisip is in the saddle for Miss Belladonna. Megatama, ridden by Iqbal Rahmidias, and DiCaprio, in true Hollywood style, ridden by Jaka Septien. $1,200 meters, 15 million rupiah at stake here. A compact field then. This is a Class E event. Horses up to 146 centimeters. Megatama and Miss Belladonna, both from East Java. DiCaprio hails from West Java. Just the 3 horses then to get placed in the starting gates. Not much advantage in a 3-horse race from getting the inside line, but that advantage, if there is one, belongs to Megatama. I beg your pardon, it belongs to Miss Belladonna, and they're off. Miss Belladonna, horse number 2 there with the yellow cap, comes out in 3rd place. So not perfectly placed to take advantage of that inside rail, because streaking ahead is DiCaprio. And it's DiCaprio in between those 2 horses, and he's maneuvered himself quite nicely onto the rail there. Coming up on his inside, though, is Miss Belladonna with the yellow cap. That's horse number 2, has the rail on the inside as they come along the back straight alongside the beach. So these 3 horses are nice and compactly placed along that back straight. Opening up a bit of a gap now, though, is Miss Belladonna. In 2nd place, it's DiCaprio, with Megatama behind DiCaprio in 3rd spot, and 3 lengths between Miss Belladonna and the field at the moment. Yet to approach the final turn, but it's coming up. Miss Belladonna in 1st place in that yellow cap, and now they've strung out quite a little bit more. DiCaprio in 2nd place. Angel Manarisip turns his head to have a look around and see how close behind DiCaprio is, and the answer is several lengths. It's Miss Belladonna, ridden by Manarisip, looking for the line now, has another look over his shoulder, but there's really not too much to worry about, we think. The finishing line is probably closer than the next horses. It's Miss Belladonna, ridden by Manarisip. 2nd place will be DiCaprio, but it's Miss Belladonna over the line first. DiCaprio in the white cap, yep, takes 2nd spot. And bringing up the rear, it's Megatama, ridden by Iqbal Ramadias. So this 3-horse race finishes in a victory for Miss Belladonna. And that is the 3rd race win of the day for Angel Manarisip. What a Sunday it's been for him already. Just looking at pictures of an earlier race here. We'll get you back to that race 6. Here we are. DiCaprio, horse number 3, picked up second. That's Jaka Septian in the saddle. What a run that was from Miss Belladonna. Streaking away with a gap that was insurmountable by the time we got to our conclusion. First out of the gate, though, was DiCaprio in that white cap, taking the middle ground there. The other two keeping tabs on the leader. Miss Belladonna really hugging the rails as they entered that turn for the first time. And it was still DiCaprio slightly in the lead. But up came Miss Belladonna with that advantageous inside track and coming out of the first bend with a lead to be proud of. Along that back straight, with the waves breaking against the shore, it was Miss Belladonna, now by 3 lengths. Megatama bringing up the rear, but still in contention, just as DiCaprio started to break away from that third-place runner. Megatama left behind at this point, and it was still Miss Belladonna in front. And the chances for DiCaprio to pick up the pieces tended to dwindle from this point. Miss Belladonna striding away and making that gap bigger and bigger with every few seconds. There was a couple of looks over the shoulder, wasn't there? Just to make sure that Angel Manarissip didn't need to push his mount unnecessarily hard. Really just easing up towards the end there with the win comfortably in the bag. First place for Miss Belladonna with DiCaprio second, Megatama third. And there she is. Nice improvement on recent form for Miss Belladonna. 5th place 2 events ago. That's the only competition she's had in the prior 3. Megatama hadn't run in the last 3 events. DiCaprio picking up 2nd place here. Last time out was 5th, so improvement there for DiCaprio. Really feel like there was quite a lot left in the tank there for Miss Belladonna. I think Angel Manarissip not easing up entirely, but just allowing his horse to comfortably make those final 60, 70 meters or so with the win already very much in the bag. That's why he was looking over his shoulder, just making sure that DiCaprio wasn't close enough to pose any legitimate threat. So a comfortable win for Miss Belladonna. Couple of fillies in this race, Miss Belladonna, one of them. So third placed Megatama from the Satrio Anom stable, owned by Diaji Agnes Aulia, trained by Sinyo Fabi. Iqbal Ramadias in the saddle. Looks like we're ready for a nice quick turnover with the next race. The horse is already out for race 7, but let's just focus on this prize presentation first. Second placed DiCaprio, improving upon 5th last time out from the Vandoloa stable. And a quite supreme run, wasn't it, from our winner, Miss Belladonna. Got to be very satisfied with that result. Having not competed in the previous Indonesia's horse racing event, but finishing 5th the time before that, that was in May of this year. And the NN Cindy stable, together with their owner, Sentot Jamaluddin, must be absolutely delighted, not just with the win, but the manner of it. Dominating what was a small field for sure, but you can only beat the horses they put in front of you.
Indonesia'S horse racing.
So, with race 6 in the bag, we are 1/3 of the way through what is a big day for us all here. Race 7 has 9 horses. In gate 1, it's Rastaban. Wearing number 7 in gate 2, it's Raja Sabatun. King Al-Fayed is in gate 3. Revelio is in gate 4. Wearing the red cap, horse number 1 in gate 5, it's Bosch. Ratu Aluna is in gate 6, wearing number 6. Marlena Zees is in gate 7. Wearing 5, the black cap in gate 8, it's Kujang Mas. And Putri Jelita is in gate 9, wearing 9. (1,200 meters). This is a Class D event, so horses up to 151 centimeters tall. Your 9 jockeys getting ready to take their place in the saddle. And it's probably going to be Ended Rahmad who is the most confident among them, because his horse is the only one with a registered win over the last 3 events. He picked that up in May. 6 of these horses haven't ridden in any of the last 3 Indonesia's horse racing events since April. Bosch, in your picture, has picked up a 3rd place finish last time out. This is Ravelio, a winner in May, ridden by Ended Rahmad. There's Ravelio. So the only horse with a win over the last 3 events in the field today. There is some experience for this horse, though. King Al Fayed picked up a 6th place finish in June, ridden by Kenny F. Nyon. The other horses that we'll see have no recent experience in these events, so unknown quantities for many of the spectators here. Who among them will impress those gathered? And there's quite a sizable crowd here, as you can see, standing room only around the barriers outside of the relative luxury of the grandstand. King Al Fayed, ridden by Kenny F. Nyon. This is Rastaban, Saiful Firmandani in the saddle. And he's on the inside gate, so big advantage for Rastaban. Kujang Mas in your picture, Marcel Singal. Rastaban there. Ratu Aluna. 7 is Raja Sabatun. 8 is Malina Zis. And this is Putri Jalita in the orange cap, number 9. What a scene here. Indonesia, the home of many picturesque sporting venues. You could think also of the motor racing track at Mandalika, which has a similar background with the sea and the waves crashing against the coastline. All makes for very spectacular viewing. So 1,200 meters for this race 7, which is exactly 1 lap of the track. Six of the starters here, 6 of the 9 are from West Java. Ravelio and King Al Fayed will be racing in identical silks, but we can distinguish them from the unique coloured caps. Ravelio has a yellow cap. King Al Fayed will be wearing white today. Trainer Danny Sadak's got a lot of skin in the game here. Trains 3 of the horses on show. Bosch, Rastaban and Putri Jelita. Surely he's got the inside track on which horse is going to pull it off today, if it's one of those three. So in a 9-horse field, it's Rastaban who has the advantage in coming out of gate 1, particularly when you consider that this is something of a sprint, just one lap here, 1,200 meters. 20,000 rupiah at stake, 20 million rupiah at stake. That's a big mistake to make. Rastaban already settled in gate 1. Looks like we're going to get a reverse in from King Al Fayed. He'll be making his way into gate 3 in a moment. Kenny Nyon with the white cap. Looks as if he'll be mounting his horse once he's in the gate. Yeah, he's already in there, ready to jump on once the horse gets in. Rastaban there with that lovely blue noseband. Has the inside line. Syaiful Fermandani, his jockey. So, King Al Fayed looks like he's the straggler to get in last. You can see Kenny Nyon just waiting there, standing up, ready to just slot himself onto the horse once it's backed in. Oh, we've got one breaking away. I think that's going to be a false start. That's Bosch, by the way, who's in barrier number 5. So there's a do-over. Back in, safe and sound. Everyone looks ready. And we're away. Everybody gets out in time. And it's a good start on the inside. Rastaban on the inside barrier with the blue cap, currently in second. And there's a couple of lengths on that horse. Looks like it's Putri Jelita. Indeed it is. Taking the lead there and hugging that barrier as they come out of the first bend. Remember, this just a one-lap race, so it'll all be over pretty quickly. Early leads will be important. Coming up on the shoulder, though, is horse number 4, Rastaban, with that lovely blue noseband that we mentioned before. And it's those two, Putri Jelita and Rastaban, who lead it at the moment. Coming up on the outside, though, Revelio, who has the form. Just nudges ahead, wide on the outside there. Coming into the final bend, it's Revelio, who has the nose in front, but she'll have to go the longer way around in the outside track there. The orange cap of Putri Jelita putting on the pressure. It's going to be those two as they come out of the final bend and head down the straight towards the finish line. Putri Jelita on the inside. But it's Revelio who makes that final charge as they come off that bend now. And I don't think that lead's going to be eaten up. It's Revelio with Putri Jelita in second. And it looks like Bosch in third place. It's Revelio with the win. In the end, by quite a margin, as they came around that final corner, it looked nice and tight, but just opened up that stride in the end to pick up a convincing victory. So consecutive wins for Revelio. Didn't take part in the last event we had in June, but was a winner in May. So Revelio continues that fine form, and in the final analysis was really quite dominant as they came out of that final corner. And a big smile on the face of Ended Rahmad. And there's still energy. Giving it a canter all the way back down the home straight again. Happy days for the Revelio camp. Consecutive wins then. At this point, there was no going back. I mean, looking over the shoulder to look at the gap there, but it was substantial enough with the finishing line creeping up. Another look over the shoulder, but by this time, Revelio was easing up for a comfortable victory over the one-lap distance. Looked to me as if Bosch took second place with Putri Jelita in third. We'll get confirmation of that in a moment, but that's the conclusion I come to as I saw them cross the line there in slow motion. So unofficially, Revelio your winner, Bosch in second. There it is, now confirmed for you. Putri Jelita in third. Revelio then starting to show some class here over an extended period. Winner in May, a winner here in July. Who's to say we won't see this horse again in the remaining 3 races of the season and in winning form. Here's how it all started. Bit of a stumble there out of the gate from King Al Fayed, and he suffered there afterwards as a result. It was Revelio a little bit back there in 4th or 5th and very, very wide at that point. Putri Jelita looking very good, hugging that fence as they came down the back straight. Remember, a short race, so any early advantage you can get will very likely hold. And as they grouped up on the outside, it became evident that this was going to be very competitive going into the final turn. In the yellow cap on the outside there, Revelio now starting to make his mark. Got himself ahead, and then you can see him just cutting in, coming from the center of the track down towards the rail. Hasn't got the inside line, but does make the distance between him and the finish line just a little bit shorter. So smart running by the jockey there. And by the time they came out of the bend, it was clear that Revelio had the advantage. 3 lengths at this point, and that would only get bigger. And to be fair, Ended Rahmad allowed his horse just to ease up slightly, just to make it a little bit comfortable. Clearly not going 100% at this juncture. Crosses the line in first, and we've got Bosch wearing the red cap just ahead in second there. That's by a neck. Putri Jelita in third, ridden by Jaka Septian. Behind them, it was Rastaban in 4th, King Al Fayed in 5th, Kujang Mas taking 6th. Marlena Zees in 7th. 8th place belonged to Raja Sabaton, and it's Ratu Aluna in 9th. Something to celebrate, I think, for Putri Jelita, not having registered a finish in the last 3 events, so somewhat cold coming in and picking up 3rd spot. Will, I think, be satisfactory for everybody involved. It's coming. I think we're looking at Bosch here, the 2nd place horse from Dargo Stable. Abdul Majid was the jockey that took Bosch to 2nd. Only managed it by a very small margin. Putri Jelita putting in a great effort to challenge Bosch at the line. But ahead of both of them, Revelio had made this race his own. And there is Revelio. In fine fettle these days, couple of wins already then. Here's another look at the start. Keep in mind that Revelio in the yellow cap would eventually win this race. At this point, some way back. And you can't afford to lose too much ground over just the 1 lap, but quite expertly, Ended Rahmat bided his time. Took a really wide position on the back straight, but once he nudged himself in front, way out there towards the outside barrier, then he made the move inside. Couldn't grab the rail entirely, because Bosch already had that. But now you see him just cut across. And that was the move that gained him position. And then it was just pure athleticism after that to burst ahead, so much so that there was a significant easing up as that finish line approached. This is where the damage was done. Just turning on the afterburners, and there was no catching him at this point. Revelio, your winner for race 7. Bosch in 2nd, Putri Jelita in 3rd. So here's Putri Jelita, trained by Danny Sadak from the Pacific 88 stable, owned by Hendro. So that's the first bit of quantifiable form in terms of a top 3 finish. Bosch had already showed a little bit of form. Third place last time out in June, so picking up second here. Good steady progress. Had a real struggle, though, to hold off that late challenge from Putri Jelita. Osmar Davara, the owner from the Dargo stable, Danny Sadek, trainer. And to the winner, the spoils. There was no denying Revelio, was there, in the end? Consecutive wins in this series for Revelio. Didn't race last time out in June, but picked up that win earlier on the month before. Still looking as if he's got plenty of energy to burn, actually. Revelio, our winner for race number 7.
Indonesia'S horse racing.
So we're approaching race number 8. And that almost represents the halfway mark here from this 18 race card. 1,200 meters coming up, 14 after that, and then we're pretty long in the second half of the day. After this, we've got a 2-year-old AB over 1,400 meters, and as you can see, the length gets longer after that. The second half of the card here, we go 1,400 meters, and then we're approaching 2 lengths of the track with the highlight of the day, our 14th race there, the Derby, Indonesia Derby 2026 for 3-year-olds, over 2 kilometers. Then we've got the 4-year-olds competing over the same distance, and then the non-finalist race for those 3-year-olds that we see in race 14 will take their spots in race 16, also over the 2-kilometer distance. So plenty of great action coming your way. Make sure you stay with us. The next race is ultra competitive, the most competitive race we've had so far. Plenty of runners in fine form, and we'll take you through those details as they come through. But 12 runners listed from all over the country. West Java fielding the largest contingent with 3 runners. Okay. And we'll take you through all of those details very shortly. After this opening ceremony, we'll come back in a little under 30 minutes' time.
Untuk anak tentunya dengan ketentuan tinggi badan di bawah 100 cm. Langsung aja tentukan kira-kira pilih yang mana? Mau pilih tribun A, tribun B, The Hill, langsung saja sesuai dengan keinginan Anda dan kenyamanan Anda masing-masing. Pastinya, dan untuk Anda yang mungkin pengen cuma dapetin racebooknya aja karena pengen ikutan fun game-nya aja, sebenarnya nggak apa-apa juga. Langsung aja datang ke booth merchandise untuk mendapatkan racebooknya dengan seharga Rp35.000 untuk mengetahui kira-kira kuda apa saja akan berlaga di hari ini ya. Dan fun game-nya itu hadiah juga banyak. Fun game akan kami laksanakan dan tentunya langsung umumkan di setiap akhir dari race. Dan masih ada beberapa race ke depan, tentunya kesempatan fun game juga masih banyak. Jangan sampai melewatkan momen ini karena hadiahnya juga banyak. Di setiap race-nya ada fun game-nya, ya kan? Jadi seru banget, rugi banget kalau misalnya nggak ikutan fun game. Langsung beli racebooknya, ngelihat kuda-kuda apa saja yang bisa kalian pilih di sini. Karena kuda-kuda tersebut tentunya juga yang akan berlaga di hari ini, begitu ya. Dan tentunya di kesempatan kali ini kami juga mengucapkan terima kasih untuk seluruh sponsor yang telah mendukung suksesnya acara Indonesia Horse Racing Kejurnas Seri 1 Indonesia Derby 2026 kepada Seri Tambang, Pertamina, Jawa Fortis, Susi Air, KAI, Blue Blood Stable, Cleo, dan juga Wong Koko. Dan tentunya untuk live streaming kita juga bisa saksikan di sarga.co, Metro TV, TV One, dan Kompas TV. Official broadcast partner, terima kasih untuk TVRI Sport. Kemudian juga untuk media partner, kami juga mengucapkan terima kasih untuk Garuda TV, Kompas TV, IDN Times, Bisnis Indonesia, Bisnis.com, Bisnis Muda, Sisi Plus by Kata Data, Suara.com, Suara Jabar, Your Say ID, Mata-Mata, Galuh FM Tasik, Style FM Tasik, Aktari FM Tasik. Kemudian juga terima kasih untuk Peace FM Tasik, RJM FM Pangandaran, RIS FM Pangandaran, RCFM Banjar, Patroman FM Banjar, Tribun Priangan. Terima kasih juga untuk Harian Pangandaran. Terima kasih juga untuk lokerpangandaran.com. Terima kasih juga untuk Radar TV Tasik. Dan juga tentunya untuk Daily Pangandaran. Pastikan seluruh media partner bisa Anda juga update tentang berita-berita terbaru mengenai Indonesia Horse Racing di Kejurnas Seri 1 Indonesia Derby 2026. Sekali lagi kami informasikan bahwa event ini masih luar biasa sekali sampai nanti akhir acara. Di setiap race-nya ada kuda-kuda yang luar biasa. Masih penasaran seperti apa kudanya? Kita tidak bosan mengingatkan. Silakan dapatkan racebook. Apabila belum punya racebooknya langsung saja datang ke booth merchandise. Beli seharga Rp35.000 aja. Di sana nanti akan ada list data nih, kira-kira kuda apa saja akan bertanding. Dan nanti apabila Anda sudah memilih, itu Anda bisa mengikuti fun game-nya ya. Untuk fun game-nya nanti akan kita undi di setiap race-nya. Dapatkan keseruannya dan dapatkan hadiahnya. Dan ceknya di game.sarga.co ya. Ingat untuk website-nya di game.sarga.co. Nanti kalau udah ikutan, jangan lupa dicek secara berkala karena nanti akan kita update siapa saja yang menjadi pemenangnya. Oke, dan saya juga informasikan untuk event ini Indonesia Horse Racing Kejurnas Seri 1 Indonesia Derby ini memang dilaksanakan di pacuan kuda Legok Jawa, Pangandaran, Jawa Barat. Ada sebanyak 154 kuda pacu dari 13 provinsi yang berlaga di 18 kelas dan juga tentunya hadiahnya totalnya adalah Rp1.000.000. Pasti menjadi semangat untuk kita semuanya para pecinta berkuda untuk menyaksikan, menginformasikan kepada seluruh keluarga dan rekan-rekan Anda untuk terus menyimak sampai nanti acara-acara ya. Dan tentunya event ini dirancang melalui kolaborasi promotor olahraga berkuda satu-satunya di tanah air, yaitu adalah Sarga.co, bekerja sama bersama pengurus pusat Persatuan Olahraga Berkuda seluruh Indonesia, PT Pordasi. Dan seri ini merupakan gelaran kelima dari rangkaian Indonesia Horse Racing tahun 2026 dan menjadi pembuka rangkaian Kejuaraan Nasional Pacuan Kuda tahun 2026. Dan pastinya derby sendiri adalah kelas paling panas, paling menarik, paling ditunggu-tunggu. Semuanya sudah menantikan momen ini karena di pacuan kuda tentunya sering disebut sebagai
ini akan dimulai dengan prosesi pemanggilan ke-13 kontingen yang telah hadir untuk mewakili daerah masing-masing. Untuk kontingen yang pertama, boleh kita berikan tepuk tangan untuk kontingen Aceh. Kontingen selanjutnya, Sumatera Utara. Untuk kontingen yang ketiga, boleh kita berikan tepuk tangan untuk Sumatera Barat. Kontingen keempat, boleh kita berikan apresiasi untuk Jakarta. Dan inilah kontingen tuan rumah kita, kontingen Jawa Barat. Kontingen keenam, Jawa Tengah. Kontingen ketujuh, Daerah Istimewa Yogyakarta. Kontingen ke-8, Jawa Timur. Kontingen ke-9, Kalimantan Selatan. Kontingen ke-10, Kalimantan Timur. Kontingen ke-11, Sulawesi Utara. Kontingen ke-12, Nusa Tenggara Timur. Dan kontingen ke-13, Papua Selatan. Dan yang terakhir, Steward. Selamat datang kepada ke-13 kontingen Kejurnas Seri 1 Indonesia Derby 2026. Komandan upacara memasuki area upacara. Komandan upacara menyiapkan barisan.
Perhatian. Siap. Gerak. Luruskan. Ya, tiap-tiap kontingen ada antaranya. Nah, kasih antara. Lurus. Kalau ada penghormatan, kiranya tetap angkat, ya, angkat. Ya. Kalau sudah istirahat, di tempat, gerak.
Inspektur Upacara Bapak Aryo PS Joyo Hadikusumo selaku Ketua Umum PP Pordasi dalam hal ini diwakili oleh Bapak Haji Muhammad Khaidir Sadak MBA selaku Ketua Harian PP Pordasi beserta jajaran pengurus Pusat Persatuan Olahraga Berkuda seluruh Indonesia memasuki area upacara. Penghormatan umum kepada Inspektur Upacara.
Siap. Gerak. Kepada Inspektur Upacara. Hormat. Gerak. Tegak. Gerak.
Laporan Komandan Upacara kepada Inspektur Upacara. Menyanyikan lagu kebangsaan Indonesia Raya. Hadirin dimohon berdiri. Hadirin disilakan duduk kembali. Laporan Ketua Penyelenggara Kejuaraan Nasional Pacuan Kuda Pordasi ke-60 Seri 1 tahun 2026 Indonesia Derby 2026 yang akan disampaikan oleh Bapak Insinyur Haji Muhammad Munawir.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Salam olahraga.
Jaya.
Salam olahraga.
Jaya.
Salam olahraga.
Jaya.
Puji syukur kita panjatkan kehadirat Tuhan Yang Maha Esa atas rahmat dan karunia-Nya. Kita dapat berkumpul di lapangan Pacuan Kuda Legok Jawa, Pangandaran, Jawa Barat. dengan semangat sportivitas dan kebersamaan untuk mengikuti Kejuaraan Nasional Pacuan Kuda Pordasi yang ke-60 Seri 1 Indonesia Derby tahun 2026. Merupakan kehormatan bagi kami selaku Ketua Panitia Penyelenggara menyambut Bapak Ibu sekalian, para peserta, tamu undangan, seluruh pecinta olahraga berkuda dari seluruh penjuru tanah air. Ajang bergengsi ini bukan sekedar pertarungan kecepatan, ketangguhan kuda-kuda terbaik Indonesia, juga menjadi wadah silaturahmi, pelestarian budaya berkuda yang kaya nilai sejarah, serta momentum kebangkitan olahraga pacuan kuda nasional. Kejuaraan ini adalah penting dalam rangkaian Triple Crown yang tahun ini mencapai puncaknya di Indonesia Derby 2026. Sebuah panggung pembuktian kuda-kuda terbaik usia 3 tahun. Selain itu, Kejurnas Seri ini juga menjadi ajang pengumpulan poin berbagai kelas untuk akumulasi dengan Seri 2 yang akan menentukan juara umum peraih Piala Presiden Republik Indonesia. Kejuaraan Nasional Pacuan Kuda Pordasi ke-60 ini Indonesia Derby 2026 mempertandingkan 18 kelas yang terdiri dari 8 kelas Kejurnas. 1 kelas 2 tahun CD 1200 meter, 2 kelas 2 tahun pemula AB 1400 meter, 3 kelas 3 tahun remaja 1600 meter, 4 kelas 3 tahun derby 2000 meter, 5 kelas 4 tahun CD 1600 meter, 4 kelas tahun AB 2000 meter, kelas 2 tahun Thoroughbred Indonesia 1400 meter, dan yang terakhir kelas 3 tahun Thoroughbred Indonesia ke atas jarak 1600 meter, serta mempertandingkan 10 kelas non-Kejurnas. Total yang berlaga dalam pacuan ini diikuti oleh 150 ekor kuda dari 13 provinsi. Kami dari panitia berupaya memaksimalkan dalam menyiapkan seluruh aspek penyelenggaraan, mulai dari lintasan, pelayanan peserta, hingga keamanan dan kenyamanan semua pihak yang terlibat. Ucapan terima kasih, penghargaan ya setinggi-tingginya kami sampaikan kepada Pengprov Pordasi Jabar, Pengprov Kabupaten Pangandaran, pengurus Postat Pordasi, pengurus Pordasi Jawa Barat, sarga.com, para sponsor, aparat keamanan, tim medis, rekan-rekan panitia, serta seluruh pihak yang memberikan dukungan yang luar biasa. Semoga kejuaraan ini tidak hanya menghadirkan prestasi, namun menjadi hiburan membanggakan bagi masyarakat, serta mendorong tubuhnya semangat dan regenerasi dunia dalam pacuan kuda nasional. Akhir kata, saya ucapkan selamat bertanding kepada seluruh peserta, junjung tinggi sportivitas. Mari kita jadikan pacuan ini sebagai selebrasi kehebatan tradisi dan persatuan bangsa. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam olahraga, majulah pacuan kuda Indonesia.
Amin.
Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Amanat Inspektur Upacara oleh Ketua Umum PP Pordasi Bapak Aryo PS Joyo Hadi Kusumo yang diwakili oleh Ketua Harian PP Pordasi Bapak Haji Muhammad Haidir Sadak MBA sekaligus membuka secara resmi Kejuaraan Nasional Pacuan Kuda Pordasi ke-60 Seri 1 tahun 2026.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Kepada yang terhormat Bupati Kabupaten Pangandaran atau yang mewakili, yang terhormat Ketua DPRD Kabupaten Pangandaran, juga Kapolres Pangandaran, Sekda Kabupaten Pangandaran, dan Ramil Pangandaran, dan tentunya yang sama-sama kita cintai, terutama oleh rakyat Pangandaran dan juga rakyat Jawa Barat. Sponsor utama adalah Ibu Susi Pujiastuti. Dengan mengucapkan syukur kepada Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, pada hari ini kita kembali akan menyaksikan Kejuaraan Nasional Seri 1 ke-60 yang merupakan rangkaian Kejuaraan Nasional tahun 2026 ini. Apresiasi yang setinggi-tingginya saya ucapkan terima kasih sekali lagi kepada Sarga.co yang sudah bekerja sama dengan Komisi Pacuan PP Pordasi secara apik, mungkin sudah hampir 2 tahun ini, dan dapat meningkatkan kualitas dari pacuan kuda di Indonesia. Mudah-mudahan hari ini pun juga kita akan menyaksikan pertandingan yang sangat menarik, yang mana akan mempertandingkan kuda-kuda terbaik, terutama di kelas derby yang berumur 3 tahun, dan kita harapkan bahwa seluruh joki, pelatih untuk menjaga sportivitas sehingga kuda dan joki terbaiklah yang akan menjadi juara. Selanjutnya saya ucapkan terima kasih kepada seluruh kontingen, kepada Pengprov Pordasi seluruh Indonesia yang tadi sudah dilaporkan bahwa ada 13 provinsi yang hadir di Kejuaraan Nasional Seri 1 ini, dengan 150 ekor kuda. Ini sangat luar biasa. Saya mohon agar ke depan pembinaan di tingkat daerah dan juga tingkat cabang kabupaten kota dapat terus berjalan sehingga di masa-masa yang akan datang akan lebih banyak lagi penggemar-penggemar pacuan kuda yang akan hadir di kejuaraan nasional kita mendatang. Akhir kata saya juga mengucapkan terima kasih banyak kepada sponsor. Karena sponsor itu menandakan bahwa memang olahraga ini sudah banyak dikenal oleh masyarakat. Sponsor yang sekarang ini ada adalah dari Pertamina dan juga tentunya sponsor tetap kita dari Seri Tambang. Untuk itu juga sebagai penutup, saya juga menyatakan bahwa Kejuaraan Nasional Pacuan Kuda ke-60 seri yang pertama secara resmi dibuka. Untuk lebih dan kurangnya mohon maaf. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Komandan upacara dipersilakan untuk mengistirahatkan peserta upacara. Selanjutnya, prosesi penyerahan piala bergilir Kejuaraan Nasional Pacuan Kuda Pordasi ke-60 Seri 1 tahun 2026 Indonesia Derby 2026. Prosesi ini menandai dimulainya perebutan kembali piala bergilir oleh seluruh kontingen yang berpartisipasi pada kejuaraan nasional tahun ini. Untuk itu kami turut mengundang Profesor Bambang Heru Purwanto selaku perwakilan Jawa Barat sebagai juara umum kejuaraan nasional pacuan kuda Pordasi ke-59 Seri 1 tahun 2025. Selanjutnya turut mengundang Bapak Haji Muhammad Haidir Sadak MBA selaku Ketua Harian PP Pordasi dan turut mengundang Bapak Insinyur Haji Munawir selaku Ketua Penyelenggara. Dan tentunya sesaat lagi atau saat ini kita sedang menyaksikan prosesi penyerahan piala bergilir dari Ketua Harian PP Pordasi kepada Ketua Penyelenggara untuk kemudian kembali diperebutkan pada Kejuaraan Nasional Pacuan Kuda Pordasi ke-60 Seri 1 tahun 2026. Boleh kita berikan tepuk tangan sekali lagi Bapak Ibu sekalian. Selamat bertanding tentunya. Selanjutnya pembacaan doa yang akan dipimpin oleh Bapak Danang Yulianto.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Marilah sejenak kita bersama-sama menundukkan kepala untuk berdoa dan memohon kepada Tuhan Yang Maha Kuasa. Semoga kegiatan kita hari ini mendapatkan rahmat dan berkah serta dapat berjalan dengan lancar. Bagi yang beragama Islam, doakan saya pimpin. Bagi yang menganut agama lain mohon bisa menyesuaikan. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Assalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain. Ya Allah, ya Rahman, ya Rahim. Pada hari ini atas izin dan kuasa-Mu, kami insan berkuda seluruh Indonesia dapat berkumpul bersama di lapangan pacuan kuda Legok Jawa, Pangandaran, Jawa Barat dalam rangka menyelenggarakan Kejuaraan Nasional Pacuan Kuda Pordasi ke-60 Seri 1 Indonesia Derby 2026. Dengan memohon ridho-Mu, berkailah kegiatan kami, jagalah keselamatan kuda-kuda dan para joki yang akan bertanding hari ini. Ya Allah, ya Wahid, Engkau yang Maha Tahu dan Maha Mempersatukan, perkuatlah semangat persatuan kami, jauhkan kami dari perpecahan, jadikanlah kegiatan ini sebagai pemersatu di antara kami dan dapat memberikan manfaat bagi semua insan berkuda dalam pengembangan prestasi olahraga berkuda di negeri ini. Ya Allah, ya Mujib, Engkau yang Maha Pengabulkan doa, perkenankanlah doa kami dan permohonan kami. Hanya kepadamu lah kami menyembah dan memohon. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Penghormatan umum kepada Inspektur Upacara.
Siap. Rak. Pada Inspektur Upacara. Hormat. Rak. Tegak. Rak.
Laporan Komandan Upacara kepada Inspektur Upacara bahwa upacara telah selesai.
Upacara pembukaan Kejuaraan Nasional telah dilaksanakan. Laporan selesai. Bubarkan.
Inspektur Upacara beserta seluruh jajaran PP Pordasi dipersilakan meninggalkan tempat upacara. Baik Bapak Ibu sekalian, langsung saja kali ini kita akan boleh menyaksikan untuk race selanjutnya. Kita boleh kembali menuju ke arena pacu.
Well, welcome back, everybody. Hope you got a chance to enjoy that opening ceremony. This is where everything starts to get pretty big time. We've had 7 very enjoyable races for you. There are 11 more to come, and they get longer and they get more exciting and at a higher level as we progress through what's coming up right here and now. It's the Legok Jawa horse racing track. We're at Pangandaran. If you're just joining us, it's really nice to have you with us. 7 hours southeast drive from Jakarta. We're in Indonesia, and this is Indonesia Derby 2026. 8 races on this calendar, and this is the 5th of them. 3 more to come. Beautiful weather, sunny. The early threat of rain seems to have disappeared entirely. 28 degrees Celsius. You can see the flags in the center of your screen there, indicating that there's a fairly brisk breeze coming from a southeasterly direction, representing the various areas of Indonesia that are associated with horse racing. And the horses that are about to take part in race number 8 are making their way around the parade. Here's the list. In gate number 1, it's P. Workudoro. In gate number 2, wearing a pink cap, it's Eleanor Santana. Crazy Rich BB is in gate number 3. P. Arimbi Borneo wears 4 and is in gate 4. Scarlet the Queen is alongside that horse. In gate number 6, it's Roman the King. Gate number 7, wearing 7, it's Remo Eclipse. Prince Legolas is in gate 8, wearing the sky blue cap. Alpha Prince BB is in gate 9, next to Matteo in gate 10. And then it's Anise TA in 11, Bayangkare Maja in gate 12. And this race is going to be keenly fought. There are a lot of entrants with really good form coming into this. We're taking a look at Matteo here, who had a 3rd place finish back in April from the Miranda stable. But a good number of horses here with quite a bit of winning experience. Here's one of them, Roman the King there. We just got a quick look at Roman the King. Had a 1st place win in April and then came 2nd in June. Scarlet the Queen here is in her last race for this stable. Back on Roman the King there, just talking about how this horse had a win in April and then 2nd place in June. Didn't compete in the May event. There are your riders. Just went and had a quick look at them taking their break in between the races. They all seem very relaxed, I must say, and all in great shape as well, aren't they? We saw a few of them running yesterday, making sure they're in absolutely peak condition. This is Scarlet the Queen, making her last appearance for this stable before she moves on. And what a record she brings to this race. 3 consecutive victories. Got to be fancied in this particular race. P. Arimbi Borneo, 2nd in April, 3rd in May, didn't take part in the June event. Ridden by Rian Firmancia. Horse number 5 there in the background, just coming ahead of the banners, is Matteo. Finished 3rd in April's meeting, hasn't raced since then. Jones Pandong will be in the saddle. Really good looking horse, lovely sheen. Looks strong. Matteo, horse number 5, will be in gate number 10. This is Anise TA, ridden by Yanni Rondonuwu. Couple of third places in recent times. Yanni Rondanou will be wearing a green cap. Plenty of activity down there. Big field, this one, 12 horses. Mounting Prince Legolas is Julan Maleki. Has had a 4th place finish and a 2nd place finish over the last 3 events. Center of your picture, Matio. 6 is Anise TA. It should be Remo Eclipse here, just left our picture. Finished 3rd, 5th and 1st in the most recent outing. So watch out for Remo Eclipse. Really fun preliminary card that we took you through in the early stages of the action today. It gets hotter and heavier, quite literally, with the races that are still to come. Scarlet the Queen, making that last appearance for her stable before she moves on. And what a record coming into this one. 3 wins on the bounce. Piarambi Borneo in the black and white checks. Matio, black cap. Anise TA. Remo Eclipse, winner last time out, has also had a 3rd place back in April. P. Wokudoro, a couple of wins before not taking part in the June event. This is Bayankari Raja. 10 is Crazy Rich BB. Eleanor Santana is horse number 11. And this is Prince Legolas. So a packed field, full of runners in really good form. West Java fielding the largest contingent with 3 runners. South Sulawesi, Central Java, South Kalimantan, South Sulawesi, all providing multiple representatives. Adi Wijaya trains 3 of the horses in this field. Scarlet the Queen, P. Arimbi Borneo, and P. Wokudoro. There are 3 pairs of runners and riders here that are wearing the same silks. So if you're following a particular horse, make note of the cap color as well as the number. That'll help you identify who we're looking at any one time. Plenty of horses to get into the starting gate. May take a little while. Lots of activity down there on track. Prince Legolas, just coming into the center of your screen now with the pale blue cap and the white star on the red silks. ridden by Julian Maleki. Picked up a second place finish in May. This is Anise TA, wearing green, number 6. There's Prince Legolas with the star on the chest. Looks like Roman the King is having a bit of a tough time there. This is the horse in question, horse number 1. May well be a reverse in jobby into the gates. Needing a bit of coaxing by the looks of things. Hani Max Suoth is the jockey. Sure he's seen it all before. So interesting, the horse that's causing most bother gets into the gate first, which means he's going to have a long wait for the other 11 to get placed in there. Slowly but surely, they're filling up the starting gate. And we'll very shortly be underway with race 8 for the Susu Air Cup. 2-year-olds in the maiden class.
Indonesia'S racing.
So Scarlet the Queen coming into this race with the best form and running her last race in this stable before she departs for elsewhere. Winner of 3 races on the bounce. This indeed is her. Jockey Jemmy Runtu wearing the yellow cap. And Scarlet the Queen last to get into the starting gate there in trap number 5. So we're just about ready to go. Watch out for that trap number 5. Because it is from there that the favourite will emerge. Wearing the yellow cap. Still one more horse to get in. We're nearly there. Scarlet the Queen taking her own sweet time, and why not? She is the dominant force in this race. Looks like everybody's in and ready to go. And they are away. And Scarlet the Queen got away very well indeed. She's up there among the first 4, but settling in around the second bank of horses. And it's the green cap, I believe, of Anise TA who's out in front and deciding to hog that rail as they come round the first corner. A group of 9 horses, all well within competitive strikes. That bright yellow cap of Scarlet the Queen in the middle of the bunch. This is a 1,200 meter race, so 1 lap of the track. If she's going to make a move, she better do it soon. And here she comes on the outside in second spot. Looking to overhaul Matteo, who's currently in the lead, wearing the black cap. It's Scarlet the Queen making good ground on Matteo. Has the outside line though. Matteo has the favourable line. Hugging the fence as we come round this final bend. And it's a brilliantly timed run by Scarlet the Queen, taking the outside line. She will come off the bend in the lead, but coming up on the outside in the blue cap, it's Arimbi Borneo, I believe. Yes, horse number 4, making a good run for it. It's Scarlet the Queen in the lead, but a great challenge from Arimbi Borneo. It's these two as they come down to the finish line. It's a really strong run from Arimbi Borneo, and she takes it on the line by half a length. What a finish that was. And this wonderful run of 3 wins on the bounce comes to an end for Scarlet the Queen, usurped by Rian Firmansyah riding P. Arimbi Borneo in a very, very exciting conclusion to race 8. Emerging from a packed field where it was competitive all the way from the very start to the very end. Scarlet the Queen in your picture. That winning run comes to an end, but she also showed fine form, it must be said, and it was really up to this point where she was probably just losing her tag as favourite to cross the line first. What a run by horse number 4, P. Arimbi Borneo. Taking it by half a length in my calculation, coming from behind as they headed down the straight towards the finish line. Tremendously exciting stuff in a field that was clearly competitive right from the start. So Scarlet the Queen, with her final race for her current stable, can only manage second. But there's plenty of life in those legs yet as she moves on to a new home. They all got away pretty well. It was the sky blue cap of Prince Legolos that set the early pace, but that didn't last very long. They were all bunched up heading into this first turn. Anise TA going really well at this juncture. And Alpha Prince BB tailing her nicely, but look at that run on the outside. Marvelous stuff from Matteo. In front by a length. And as they headed to the back straight, it was Matteo in the lead, with that horse looking good, but on the inside, on the rail, there was plenty of ambition left. And the horses will come into picture any moment. There they are. And it was Matteo who was still in a position to challenge. That yellow cap of Scarlet the Queen leading at this point and looking good given her past record to take the victory. But look at this run on the outside. Marvelous effort from P. Arimbi Borneo. It was all about these two from this point onwards, and on the line by half a length, P. Arimbi Borneo, Rian Firmansyah in the saddle, taking the victory in a very exciting, very competitive race 8. Confirmation of the results then in this 1200-meter sprint. P. Arimbi Borneo taking first place on the line, just half a length ahead of Scarlet the Queen in second. Matteo, very strong run from that horse, finishing third. And Bayankari Maja in fourth spot. Getting absolutely doused in water, which no doubt came as a little bit of a shock, but a welcome one. Hugs and kisses all round. Little bit of a turn up. P. Arimbi Borneo coming into this one with a second place finish in April, third in May. Didn't take part in the June event. But I don't think too many would have fancied that record to overcome 3 wins on the trot that had been amassed by Scarlet the Queen. And it very nearly didn't come about. What a wonderful finish that was. Two horses battling it out over the final meters and very little to separate them in the end. Confirmation of the final results then, all the way from top to bottom. P. Arimbi Borneo with the win. Scarlet the Queen in second. Mateo making third spot. Bayankari Maja in fourth. P. Wakudoro in fifth. In sixth place, it was Elena Santana. Then Anise T.A., who made a good early start, but couldn't maintain that strong beginning. Roman the King in eighth. Remo Eclipse in ninth. And then it was Crazy Rich BB, Alpha Prince BB, and Prince Legolas. So a thrilling conclusion to race 8. Made so exciting by our first two finishers, P. Arimbi Borneo and Scarlet the Queen. Let's give some credit, though, to our third place horse. Taking a share of 75 million rupiah. Don't think the wind's quite strong enough yet to blow hats off, but always worth taking a precaution. Certainly useful to have a nice wide brim to keep the sun off your face, though, isn't it? The sun now beaming down, no threat of rain whatsoever. So our third place horse. Trained by Stephen Pendong from the Miranda stable. Good effort from Mateo. Owned by Adrian N. Supit. In the end, in the final analysis, couldn't compete with that strong finish that the two horses just ahead managed to pull out. Medals the order of the day in this race. And it'll be a bronze medal in this case for Mateo. Had a third place in April's event and manages the same feat here on July the 26th. Very creditable performance in a field packed with recent form. And an emotional moment perhaps for those involved with Scarlet the Queen. Final race in this stable. The John stable will wave goodbye to her after this one. And what a run she's had. 3 wins on the trot. Or on the gallop in this case. But that's a very high standard to maintain. And there's no shame whatsoever in finishing second here, particularly with such a close second pace. Very exciting finish. And it's a fine way to say farewell to the John stable for Scarlet the Queen, ridden by Jemmy Runtu, trained by Adi Wijaya. Silver medals all round. But the biggest celebration is reserved for our winner, and what a run it was. P. Arimbi Borneo, ridden by Rian Firmancia. Coming into this one with a good solid record, a second place finish, a third place finish. Didn't run in the June event, but returning here in some style. Trained by Adi Wijaya, who also trains Scarlet the Queen and P. Workudoro. And a very fitting way to kick off the second part of this wonderful day here in Pangandaran. We're in West Java if you're just joining us. And PRMB Borneo has just won race 8 in fine style in a thrilling finish. That went all the way down to the line. Always good to see a race with horses that come in to the contest with strong recent records, and we move from one of those to another. Race 9, just as competitive. And this is the lineup. In gate number 1, wearing 1, it's Clover the King. Wearing 4 in gate number 2, it's Red Sparta, then Kartika Menning. Gate 4, it's P. Umpat. Alokos Nagari is in gate 5. Farina Eclipse in 6. Alfati Berjaya is in 7. Monocrat Style in 8. Prahara Pararaja is in 9. Marino the King in 10. And then in 11 and 12, it's P. Srikandi Borneo and Titan Legacy Prasasti, respectively. So another big field, this one over 1,400 meters, so 1.4 kilometers. Three horses here from South Sulawesi, 3 also from West Java, which is where we are, so in home territory. And another field that is packed with good recent form. This is horse number 3, P. Srikandi Borneo. Has a runners-up spot and a first-place finish in recent times. Horse number 4 is Red Sparta. Last 3 races, finished 2nd, 1st, and 1st. Farina Eclipse there. Has a 1st and a 2nd place finish. Didn't take part in the June event. Another look at Red Sparta there. 2nd, 1st, and 1st in his last 3 races. Ridden by Yanni Rondonuwu. This is Monocrat Style. Managed a 4th place finish back in April. Ridden by Jones Pandong. Number 9 in your picture there is Alakos Nagari. Also recently very accomplished. A 3rd place finish in April. Finished 1st in May and 1st in June. P. Umpat. Ridden by Marcel Singal. 5th last time out. Picked up a 2nd place finish in April. We've had 4 Indonesia's horse racing events this year. This is number 5, 3 to come. Red Sparta, number 4 there with the blue cap. Followed by Kartika Mening. Valentino Wonka wearing the black cap. And the predominantly black silks. Monocrat style in the red and yellow. And in the yellow, black and red, that's Farina Eclipse. Michael Solaran on board. P. Empat, horse number 8. Al-Fatih Barjaya. Kenny Nyon on board. And this is Clover the King. Another horse that is moving stables after we're done and dusted here today. So perhaps a bit of an emotional time for those involved with this horse. Winner last time out, that was back in April this year. Marino the King gets his first canter down the field. P. Sri Kandi Borneo, this is Red Sparta. Kartika Mening. 6 is Monocrat Style. Looking nice and frisky. 7, Farina Eclipse. P. Empat in the purple and yellow. Alakos Nagari. Prahara Pararaja. Piloted by Argun Gunawan. That's Titan Legacy Prasasti. And last but not least, Al-Fatih Barjaya. So the horses with notable form. Alakos Nagari, third, first over his last 3. Farina Eclipse, first and second in those events in April and May. Red Sparta, second, first and first. And then P. Srikandi Borneo, Marino the King, and Clover the King all have wins in recent races. Perhaps importantly then, in this very competitive field, Clover the King has the advantage of the inside line as they come out of the starting gate. It's a 1,400-meter race. So there's a bit of time for that advantage to be gobbled up. Conversely, Marino the King and P. Srikandi Borneo, who, as I mentioned, already have wins in recent times, are in gates 10 and 11, so way out there on the outside, as you can see. Full runner and riders list then. Clover the King in 1, Red Sparta, Kartika Mening, P. Empat in 4, Alarkos Nagari in 5, Farina Eclipse, Al-Fatih Barjaya, Monocrat Style, Prahara Pararaja, Marino the King in 10, and then it's P. Srikandi Borneo and Titan Legacy Prasasti. You've got to assume it's hard work pulling that starting gate over the terrain that we've got at this track. It's a heavy piece of equipment anyway. Yes, there's a tractor pushing it, but there's quite a bit of pulling going on at the same time. And what a good, solid crowd we've now developed. 10 to 1 in the afternoon local time. And these spectators braving the midday sun. But some fine sights for them to see. Beautifully turned out horses here. Couple of horses in the game for Adi Wijaya, who trains both Clover the King and P. Srikandi Borneo. Clover the King and Marino the King race in identical colours, so look out for their cap colours there. Clover the King wearing a red cap, Marino the King in yellow. And Sheila Putri Mahardika owns a couple of the horses here, P. Srikandi Borneo and P. Empat. So as is often the case, it looks like we'll be getting one horse reversing in. Looks like people are standing 6 and 8 deep around there, around the starting gate, and where they come round that final bend, heading towards the home straight. Plenty of interest in this wonderful event. Just behind the people that you can see in the background, there's an array of stalls offering light refreshment and plenty of food options. I'm sure they do a roaring trade. I might partake myself shortly. Right at the back there, monocrat style, clearly playing a waiting game, wanting everybody else to get into the starting gate. Well before he makes an approach. Ridden by Jones Pandong today. Picked up a 4th place finish back in April, hasn't ridden in Indonesia's horse racing since then. In no hurry to get very close to the starting gate at all. Clearly wants to be the last one in. So I think it's Prahara Pararaja who's going to be making a reverse entry into the starting gate. That is indeed Prahara Paraja, ridden by Argun Gunawan. We'll be getting into gate number 9 when the timing is good. Oh, and we've got one jockeyless horse there. It's going to be a long, old, patient process getting this big field into the starting gate, I think. Still hanging way back is monocrat style. Similarly so, horse number 1, Clover the King, not in any great rush to get towards the starting gate. We've got a fair few in there now, though. Looks like there's just 4 stragglers on this side of the gate at least. These handlers know exactly what mood the horses are in. They can read the horses extremely well. And as a result, they can judge the best time possible to try and make their approach to the starting gate.
Indonesia'S racing.
Clover the King gets led into trap number 1 with a red hat there. You can see on the left-hand side. changes his mind. Come back for a second attempt. Looks as if it's going to be successful this time. A lot of work going on to try and get Farina Eclipse into gate number 7. It hasn't been entirely successful yet. A lot of trouble as well over there with Clover the King. Look at that. Oh, my goodness. A lot of anxiety for that horse, and she's going to break free. And I'm concerned that the head gets banged on the frame. Yeah, she wasn't liking that at all, and now she's off roaming free and maybe unstoppable. Looks to me as if Clover the King's not going to take any further part in this one. Remember, a winner back in April, hasn't run since then. He's running his own race. Gets turned back, but I'm not quite sure that that's going to be enough. Oh dear, well and truly off track now, and hopefully somebody will get over there and calm Clover the King down a little bit before he comes to any kind of harm. They're looking fairly resigned in gate 1, aren't they? That was a mission not completed. Meanwhile, Farina Eclipse is beginning her rear entry into gate 7. Oh dear, we've got trouble with Alarkos Nagari as well. He's upseated his rider, which is Valentino Sangian. Valentino just going off for a little walk to compose himself. Do have this situation where if you go in early and then there are some late stragglers, then your horse is vulnerable to panicking a little bit in the confined space, but those who are in seem relatively settled for now. We've got Farina Eclipse in, and I think we're not too far away from giving up the ghost on those who haven't quite made it yet. Alarkos Nagari. Pararaja, I should say. They're trying to be persuasive. That's horse number 10 in your picture there, without a jockey, trying to squeeze that horse into gate number 9. But it looks like a bit of a forlorn venture. So a troublesome start here to race 9. Couple of these horses seeming really reluctant, and it may be that they cut their losses at some point and just give up the ghost. A little bit of frustration there, I think. Really doesn't look like he wants to take any part. Pararaja. Argon Gunawan waiting patiently, but maybe a lost cause now. Hello. Was that the horse that went gallivanting without jockey? She still doesn't seem to want... Oh, my goodness me. Couple of these horses really not looking to take part, are they? Not fancying it at all today. While we're waiting, let's have a reminder of what's coming up. This is race 9, and then after that, the second half of the event there, highlighted by race 14. We've got 3 consecutive 2-kilometer runs, a 3-year-old Indonesian Derby. Then we have a 4-year-old race, and then the non-finalists for those 3-year-olds. And there's a good few stories to attach to those races, which we'll fill you in on nearer the time, but plenty of good action over the longer courses once we get into the second half of this schedule today. Race number 9 is the one we're concentrating on now. And we have somebody in gate number 9. That's Prahara Pararaja, who looked decidedly unwilling just moments ago. But somebody's worked some miracles. They're still working on getting Clover the King into gate number 1. There's already been one spectacular failure. Full credit for generating a second bite of the cherry, though. And I think that as soon as that one gets in, which it has now, we won't be very far from the start, because some of those horses have been in there for quite a while. The gates are open and everybody, thankfully, is away safely. 3 horses take the lead. And in the yellow cap there, that's Marino the King on the outside. But I think it's P. Empat who's out there in the lead in the middle of those 5 horses who come into the first turn pretty close together. It's actually Kartika Mening in the black with silver flecks. Marino the King going well though in the middle of that pack, and up comes on the outside Alakos Nagari. Very tight then, those 3 who are abreast right on the outside of the track there. Somebody's got to take the inside line as they approach the final bend. And it's going to be Marino the King who has that advantage. Marino the King then. Alakos Nagari behind him. And it's those 2 who have the run in as they come into this final bend. Marino the King in a good position here, 3 lengths ahead of the chasing pack. 2 horses behind him and another one. Monocrat Style also looking to challenge, but it might be a little bit too late for Monocrat Style and the 2 horses ahead, because Marino the King is racing away. There's about 3 lengths between him and the 3 behind. Marino the King making his way on his own all the way to the finish line, having separated himself from the pack. It's Marino the King who wins race 9, concluding the first half of today's racing with a victory by several lengths, and that's the 2nd consecutive victory for Marino the King. 2 races in 4 events, didn't take part in those races in May and June, but a winner in April and a winner here in July. Hani Max Suot, the jockey. Head down and across the line with no other horses in sight, but there they come. Horse number 7 in 2nd spot, and that's 9 in 3rd. So it looks to me as if it was Farina Eclipse in 2nd and Alakos Nagari in 3rd. So all 3 of our top 3 finishers continuing good records. Marino the King, our winner, with a 2nd consecutive race-winning appearance. Farina Eclipse picked up 1st in April, 2nd in May, and now gets another runner-up spot. Alakos Nagari was 3rd in April, then picked up 2 victories, and is 3rd here today. So consistency and high quality, the order of the day in this race. The fancied runners coming to the fore and doing what was expected. Marino the King getting congratulations from Hani Max Suot in the saddle. This race drawing to an exciting conclusion after really a lot of trouble getting all of the horses into the starting gate. In the end, they all got in there, but it was a big old job. Thankfully, everybody got out nice and cleanly. No horses showing any signs of disturbance or anxiety. And as they broke away, it was Kartika Menning who was good in the early going. Valentino Wongkar in the saddle, but as they got to that first turn, Kartika Menning lost ground pretty quickly, being overshadowed by horses coming up on the outside. And this is where Marino the King started to really make a charge. Shadowed by several other horses. It was pretty crowded up there, and they all took a very wide berth. Somebody had to take that inside line coming into the final corner. You don't want to attack it too sharply, though. Give the horses as much of a straight line option as possible, which is generally done by taking it wide if you have that luxury, and that's exactly what Marino the King managed to do. From this point, hugging the rail. It's the entry to that final corner that you can take wide, but once you're in it, you want to hug that rail. And once they came out of that final curve, Marino the King took it home with some comfort. Tracked by Farina Eclipse, just to keep Marino the King honest. And closely behind was Alakos Nagari, ridden by Valentino Sangian. And there's confirmation for you. Marino the King, our winner then. Farina Eclipse in second. Alakos Nagari in third. Followed by Monocrat Style in 4. P. Srikandi Borneo in 5. Then P. Empat. Clover the King. Red Sparta. Prahara Pararaja. Al-Fati Berjaya in 10th. Kartika Menning in 11th. And Titan Legacy Prasasti in 12th. Good to see these horses in a state of relative calm. We saw some worrying scenes before the race started, but that's all part of the course in horse racing. Very, very experienced handlers. Can generally take care of things. Not helping these runners and riders is the heat, of course, as we get through the day. It's now 1:10 local time. The sun is high in the sky, as you can see from the shadow. So here's the start. And it was anybody's race all the way till the very final bend as they came into this first turn. Clearly, Kartika Menning had the advantage, but that soon got eaten up. And as they approached the finish line here, it had developed into a bit of a foregone conclusion. Marino the King finishing very strongly indeed. Farina Eclipse, as you can see, about 4 lengths behind. And it was a real battle for third, wasn't it? Alakos Nagari just pipping Prahara Pararaja for fourth. Seeing again as they come around that final bend, this head-on shot, showing you how hard Hani Maksuoth is working Marino, the king there, making sure he gets every ounce of effort out of his ride. And it all paid off. Well, Alakos Nagari will get a trophy for finishing third, but it was a close run thing, wasn't it? Prahara Pararaja pushing Valentino Sangyan all the way to the finish post before eventually claiming third place. Last 4 races for that horse now, third, first, and second, so high quality. Tip-top levels of performance from this horse, Alakos Nagari. Owned by Kifli Sapang from the Keep Fly stable, trained by Mario Baja. Valentino Sangyan did really well to hold off his colleague Agun Gunawan to finish third. And if the humans deserve a medal, why shouldn't the horse get one? 100 million rupiah for this 1400-meter race. The Asari Tambang Trophy on offer. So it was a big battle, wasn't it, for third? But second place was all about Farina Eclipse. No one challenging that horse. Mikel Soloran taking his ride to a comfortable runner-up position. Owned by Iman Hartono from the Eclipse stable. Rolly Soloran is the trainer. And here comes our winner. Marino the King doing the business without a serious challenge in the final moments. Very, very strong down the home straight. Hani Maksuot really making sure that he got every piece of energy out of his horse. And having done so, gave a very endearing little pat as they crossed the finishing line. That was Hani Maksuot, trained by Karlan. This horse is from the King Halim stable. Kuznadi Halim is the owner. And a very satisfying victory for Marino the King. Backing up that victory that he managed to score in April. So consecutive wins for Marino the King. This one over the 1,400-meter distance.
Indonesia'S racing.
Big field, that one, and it caused plenty of problems, didn't it, getting all 12 horses into the starting gate. By contrast, our next race, race 10, as you can see on the right-hand side of the screen there, for 2-year-olds, Indonesian thoroughbreds, is going to be staffed by just 3 horses. Over 1,400 meters, 50,000 rupiah is in the pot. So in gate number 1, it's Nazran Aziza TA, ridden by Agus Setiono. Gate number 2 sees P. Tujua, ridden by Risky. And Jati Theatre is in gate number 3, and he's ridden by Kenny F. Nyon. Some form that we can get excited about, particularly for Nazran Aziza TA. He picked up a 2nd spot last time out, but Jati Theatre in our picture now hasn't competed in any of the last 3 events, so no recent form to shout about, but every reason with Kenny Nyon on his back that he can perform creditably here. This is Nazran Aziza. Agus Setiono will be in the saddle. 2nd place finish last time out. And the same can be said for P. Tuja, also finished 2nd back in June. Risky Romim Pandey will be in the saddle, wearing a white cap. Nazran Aziza just shaking out his left front leg there. As Agus Setiono was about to jump into the saddle. This is Jati Theatre. Kenny Nyon wearing those blue and white checks in sort of diamond formation. In green, white, yellow and black. This is Nazran Aziza, ridden by Agus Setiono. Yellow and purple, P. Tuja, ridden by Risky Rorimpandi. So here they come, and that exciting canter or gallop towards the starting gate as the horses become unencumbered. Taste a little bit of freedom to run, only to be met by the somewhat constrictive race traps that they then need to get into. Let's see if this one can be done without too much fuss. Just the 3 horses to administer. So fingers crossed. All horses making their way to the back of the starting gates. All got plenty of space to work with, not too much of a traffic jam, although Jati Theatre does look a little bit frisky. And it is Jati Theatre who gets led to the starting gates first of all. Nazron Aziza behind him, but stops in his tracks, and we'll just wait and see how that first entry goes. A lot more space for these horses to work with than we had in the last race. They should be a little bit more settled. Although Nazron Aziza is playing up a little bit. Does have the inside line, Nazron Aziza in barrier number 1. Jati Theatre is on the outside, number 12, but it's effectively lane 3, if you will. P2Jar right in the middle there, wearing the white cap. So 1,400 meters, 50 million rupiah at stake. And we're just waiting for P2Jar to jump into gate number 2. They're all safely in now. And they're all away, although it was a bit of a stumble, wasn't it, for Jati Theatre, who had to scramble. Has made up ground so well that he's now in the lead, though. He's squeezed between the other 2 horses in the race, and he's making a play of it alongside P2Jar, who has leapt into a 3-length lead now. And way down at the back there, Nazron Aziza is drifting out of contention. They head into the first turn, and it's Nazron Aziza, a couple of lengths ahead of Jati Theatre. Jati Theatre keeping tabs on the leader, though, not letting him get too far ahead just now as they come out of this first turn along the back straight, close to the beach, and a nice comfortable gallop, isn't it, for P2Jar, looking very comfortable indeed, moving at a pace but in a really smooth style. And somewhat surprisingly now, Nazron Aziza making ground up there on the outside, catching up to Jati Theatre, and it could well be a tight race for second. Hasn't quite overcome Jati Theatre just yet, but out in front with the white cap, it's P2Jar hugging that line as they come round the final bend. Just easing up slightly and losing a little bit of control, going slightly wider than he would have wanted to. Risky Rorimpandi in the seat for P2Jar, and suddenly they've closed up, and it could get pretty exciting as we come out of this final bend. In the white cap, it's P2Jar in the lead, Jati Theatre right behind, and it looks as if P2Jar now will go all the way to the line, as they were pretty bunched up coming out of the turn. They've stretched out slightly now, and it's going to be, in the end, a comfortable victory for P2Jar at the line. In second spot, it's Jati Theatre with Nazron Aziza TA coming into third place. as they came around the bend, it looked as if it might have been anybody's race. They were pretty bunched up there, but that easy style that Kejurnas has makes it seem as if he's really not going full pelt at all, but he's eating up the ground, and that gap between first and second just got bigger and bigger until he eventually crossed the line. So Jati Theatre in those blue and white diamonds with the red cap, managing a second place finish. Didn't compete in any of the last 3 events, so that's a nice landing after a period of inactivity. Kejurnas still looking as if he's got plenty of energy, my goodness. Risky having a little battle just to control him. Puts him in the shade, sensible thing to do. Maybe just calm him down a bit, getting him out of the direct sunlight. Your official results then: in first place in the end by some margin, but it looked close for a while. Kejurnas. Second, then it was Jati Theatre, and Nazron Aziza in third spot. Taking a look at the start again, and it was a really good start from Nazron Aziza, and having made the worst start of the 3 in the red cap there, Jati Theatre pounded through the gap and looked as if it was going to be him that made the early going, but Kejurnas coming away as they went into the first turn by 3 lengths. Gave himself a wide attack on this first turn and then started hugging the barrier, taking really the perfect line. And as they came out on the back straight with the sea in the background, it was Kejurnas who had the clear advantage, which in the end he didn't give up, although at times it looked as if they might be bunching up and a real race was going to be made of it. At this point, Nazron Aziza started to make ground on Jati Theatre. So much so that we thought he might be in an overtaking position, but it wasn't to be. Jati Theatre holding on to that second position, and as you can see, had a nice tight ride into the final turn, meaning that there was no choice for Jati Theatre other than just to tuck in at the back there. Meanwhile, at the front, as Kejurnas slightly lost control of his horse there, you can see he's sideways on coming out of that bend. Looked as if he was in a little bit of trouble, but well managed by Risky Romin Pandi. Managed to regain control, and once he'd done that, it was just all about raw pace, which it seems Kejurnas has in spades, and he went all the way to the finish line relatively unchallenged. At the finish line then, Kejurnas in first spot, Jati Theatre in second, and bringing up the rear, it's Nazron Aziza TA. So Kejurnas, winner of race 10. We have 8 more races for you to come. They get bigger and better. We move up to 1,600 meters next. And then there's the big 3 over 2 kilometers before we wind down with races 17 and 18. Plenty more action to come for you. The winning cloak gets draped over Kejurnas, backing up his recent second place finish with a victory here.
Never mind. Hold on.
Still looking like he's got plenty of energy, kicking out those back legs, but he's got quite a sheen on him, hasn't he? Obviously put in a great deal of effort there. In a 3-horse race, as long as you finish, you can come no worse than third, and that's exactly what Nazran Aziza managed. Did look for a moment, didn't it, as if he might make some ground as they were coming along that back straight, approaching the final turn, but couldn't just follow through with it. Certainly ate up quite a lot of space on Jati Theatre, but just couldn't close out completely. I wonder if perhaps they're thinking that Nazran Aziza TA might be better suited over a slightly shorter distance. Certainly made an exciting challenge down that back straight. But by the time he eventually backed off, there was still plenty of meters to go before the finish line. So 50 million rupiah. The purse for this race. And in the end, very well contested by all three, but no question that Pete Ducha had the quality in his legs. Looking at it from another angle, you'd have to say that Jati Theatre did well to hold off that middle of the race challenge from Nazran Aziza TA. Ridden by Kenny Nyon. Wahono AT is the trainer from the Berkar Racing Stable. And our winner, Pituja. No suggestion that risky Rumimpandi had an easy ride there. Really came sideways on for quite a few meters coming out of that final turn. And there was the suspicion that Risky had slightly lost control of his mount for a while there, but very skillfully reined the horse back in, got it facing the right way, and then got some impressive pace out of him as well. So good performance all round. And standing head and shoulders above everybody. Doesn't he look a fine specimen? Really does. Sheila Putri Mahardika, owner of a good number of horses in this meet, trained by Raymond Tambani.
Indonesia'S horse racing.
So if you just joined us, a very warm welcome. It's been a thrilling ride so far. There's plenty more to come. We're at the Legok Jawa horse racing track in Pangandaran, West Java, Indonesia. It's 20 to 2 in the afternoon local time. We've been going since 8:30 this morning and seen some fabulous action. Next up, it's race 11 for 3-year-olds and up, Indonesian thoroughbreds. And we're going to 1,600 meters now. Vo Theatre is in gate number 1, wearing the white cap, number 3. Lord Montjo is in gate number 2. Star Montjo TA in gate number 3. She's Coming is in gate number 4, wearing the red cap, number 1. And Sunglow Nagari, wearing the yellow cap, number 2, is in gate number 5. She's Coming is actually going soon. This will be her last race for her current stable before she moves on. Had a 4th place finish at Indonesia's horse racing in May. So in red with that white star there and the red cap. Just disappearing behind the hoardings. Wearing the blue there and the yellow cap in the distance, just turning the corner in the parade ground, is Sunglow Nagari. Picked up a win in May. So coming into this one with the best form of any of the horses. All 5 of these horses raced in that May event. Sunglow Nagari, the only winner. This is She's Coming. Abdul Majid in the saddle. Sun Glow Nagari. So the only recent winner. Vo Theatre picked up second place in the May event. This is Lord Montjo, who managed a third place finish that month. And Star Monjotier picked up a fifth place finish. Argus Setiono in the saddle for this one. As you might guess, Lord Montjotier and Star Montjotier have the same owner, and they race in identical colours from the Tomboati stable. So the way to distinguish those two is Lord Montjotier has a blue cap, Star Montjotier has a black cap, as we look over this delightful setting. The white foam of the ocean making its way towards shore. Great surfing territory, as I mentioned earlier on, and really just beautiful to walk along the beach here. And those trees go on for miles and miles. But despite its apparently rural setting, just look at the crowd we've got here. Standing room only, and they're several deep along there behind the starting gate. "28 degrees is where we'll top out heat-wise today. There was a suggestion that there might be some rain, but there really are no clouds in the sky, and I think we can dismiss that prospect. 1.2 kilometer track. So they're racing 1 1/3 laps here. Starting gate position just at the entry point to the complex. That little barrier there to the left of your screen is where people will arrive in vehicles, where we arrived early this morning. And under that tentage in the background, plenty of places to get food and drink, keep the spectators nourished and energized. As they all battle for a glimpse of these really beautiful animals. Who are in peak condition. So over this 1,600 meter distance, I think you can see now where the horses start. It's right at the first apex of the final turn, heading into what will be the finish line when they go around for a second time.
Indonesia'S racing.
Meaning they'll pretty much fully have to contend with 3 turns in this race. So those horses that have some expertise on the corners will feel right at home there, and we're away quite cleanly. And it's the blue cap of Lord Montjotier who gets away cleanest and immediately takes the inside line. Vo Theatre has just pulled up on the outside of him and is keeping a pace very nicely. It's those two at the moment, some way ahead of the other 3. Vo Theatre nearest the camera. Lord Montjotier on the rail. So they're out of that first bend and heading towards the second one. So at this point, less than a lap to go now. Into the second turn of this race. And on the rail, it's Lord Montjotier. Looking good, looking comfortable. Big, powerful horse. Evident for all to see. That lovely grey colour but making ground not only as Vo Theatre, but the other three managing to pick up some of the space that had opened up between the front two and the back three, and coming through. Vo Theatre with the white cup now in second spot. It's Lord Monjo TA who has a 2-length lead. Horse number 4 in that blue cap, opening up a slightly bigger margin as they gallop along the beachfront. Still in contention, very much so, is Vo Theatre. And then horse number 5 there, Star Monjo, on the rail as they get tight coming into the final corner. Lord Monjo is in the lead, horse number 4, and looking really strong, I must say. 3 horse lengths ahead of the pack. Still contending though. In the white cap, it's Vo Theatre, but he may have left it too late. Really, really strong finish. He's looked strong from the very start. Lord Monjo taking the center of the track, making it difficult for anyone to pass. He will finish third. It's Lord Monjo at the start. Vo Theatre in second. And a very impressive run from Lord Monjo, ridden by Yanni Rondonowu. Really looks like a strong horse, doesn't he? Had good form all the way around, consistent pace. Measured his attack and took it on fairly early on. And once he got out in front, there didn't seem any sign that that lead was going to be eaten up in any significant way. Lord Monjo. Let's call that a celebratory thwack of the whip as he crossed the line. Managed a 3rd place finish back in May and now gets promoted to first with a very impressive win. Good run all the way through though from Vo Theatre in your picture now. And there's confirmation of your top 3 finishers. Lord Monjo in first then. Vo Theatre, who was the strongest of the remaining runners for the vast majority of this contest, picks up second spot. And in third there, it's Sunglow Nagari. Lord Monjo in the picture. Really good muscular development on that horse. Of course, its colour makes it easy to see, but it's an impressive physique, no question. Straight out of the traps, he came out in the lead, burst through between everybody else, hugged that rail, the first of 3 corners that they had to negotiate. Quite apparent from the outset that Vo Theatre was going to be the nearest challenger, and at this stage, those two were out on their own. And it looked as if it might just be a 2-horse race. That wasn't to be in the end. That chasing pack of 3 made impressive ground by the time we came out of the second bend, which they're approaching now. Here's where they start to pick up. But doesn't Lord Monjo TA look impressive? Real piece of work. Coming along the shoreline on that back straight, still out in front, leading really from start to finish. Vo Theatre looking to just knock on the door on the outside lane, though. Didn't really have the best lane coming into the final bend. And it's still a good run, isn't it, from Star Monjo TA at this stage. But here's where Star Monjo started to fall back. Sunglow Nagari made ground on him. Still looking strong right at the front there. Leading by example and with raw pace to burn. Lord Monjo coming out of the final bend. Everybody pretty much trailing in his wake. And he made him work hard, didn't he, Yanni Rondonowu? Drifts out to the center of the track just to make it doubly difficult for anybody to overtake. And by the time he got to the finish line, he was genuinely out on his own. confirmation then of all 5 placings. Lord Montjo, your winner, and very impressive it was too. Vo Theatre made it competitive for quite a while there, finishing second. A good late run from Sunglow Nagari, making his run towards the end of the back straight and making it count round the turn. She's coming in 4th, and Star Montjo TA picks up 5th and final place. Getting a good cool down. Probably the most taxing effort that we've seen so far today. The longer distance, 1,600 meters, the heat of the day. It's now just before 5 minutes to 2 in the afternoon. You can see from the shadows the sun is right overhead now, bearing down on everybody, horses and humans alike. Well, that was a solid performance from Lord Montjo TA. Out in front right at the start, squeezing his way through. And it was the consistent running style and form that saw him hold that lead all the way to the finish line. There was no real rest period. There was no slow down and start up again. It was just consistent pace and strength. Very impressive outing from Lord Montjo TA, ridden by Yanni Rondonuwu. Sunglow Nagari picking up 3rd place, but a lot of credit to be given there. It did look as if he wasn't going to get a placing at all, but really made it count down the back straight as they approached that final of the 3 turns. So full credit to Sunglow Nagari, trained by Novi Telu from Winning Stable. Indra Aridhawansya is the owner. And I think there's quite a deal of pride to be taken from that performance. Really stayed well. Not really in the conversation for the victory, but it was a real battle to hold on to 3rd. Good run from Theatre as well, wasn't it? Can't really say there was a significant challenge on first place, but comfortably held off the rest of the field. Kenny Nyon in the saddle. Should be said, though, he spent the vast majority of the race staring at the back of his colleague, Yanni Rondonou, who was mounted on Lord Montjo TA. A start to finish victory for Lord Montjo TA, but Theatre picks up the silver medal. Trained by Galar Muliana. Without question, we've seen some fine performances today, but arguably this one, the strongest of the day so far. Consistent form, looked really good all the way around. Burst out of the gates, through the field immediately, and held on to that lead. Totally unwilling to let it go, with consistent drive. Really strong performance from Lord Montjo TA. Following on successfully from a third place finish in May. From the Tombo Ati stable, Cusno Brilliantoro is this horse's trainer.
Sorry to interrupt your report.
Indonesia'S horse racing.
So, run of the day so far. Will you make up your own mind? It was a very impressive one, wasn't it? Immediately out in front by a length out of the traps. That's probably the best start we've seen all day. Occupied that inside barrier and really wouldn't let it go. Yes, there was the challenge, the constant threat perhaps, from Jati Theatre. But just look at the consistency of that stride. Moving into the center of the track, dominating proceedings. Once again, as they come round that final turn, has a look behind to make sure there's no danger, no trouble, And to be sure, there wasn't, not with that kind of form. Great performance. Standout of the day so far, Lord Montjo TA, taking the win in race number 11. Bo Theatre in second, Sunglow Nagari in third. She's coming in fourth. Final race for that camp before she moves on. And Star Montjo TA bringing up the rear in fifth. Race number 12 then, also over 1,600 meters, 12 horses in this field. Let's go through them. In gate number 1, it's Miss Kimberly wearing number 4. Ina Fatanya TA wears 7 and is coming out of gate number 2. In gate 3, it's Naga Sakti PM. Next to him, Red Minister, and then Sienna in gate 5. Historia Guti in gate 6 with the black and white cap wearing number 8. Kana Eclipse wears number 1 with the red cap in gate 7. Then it's Fiona of Kalim, Rajadui, Ocean Gear, Shangri-La, and in gate number 12, Askara. Tenny Rory trains 3 of the horses in this race. Radui, Red Minister, and Askara. You're looking at Kana Eclipse. And Kana Eclipse has a really entertaining and sizable rivalry with Fiona of Kalim, who we are likely to see next. That's horse number 2. So watch out for these two. In qualifying for this race, they were only 0.3 of a second apart. So quite likely that these two will have a right old tussle in the home straight. Horse number 4, Miss Kimberly, a winner last time out, and then also took second place in the April event. This is Sienna, came third in the June event. Ten is Naga Sakti PM, Sutrisno Abadi in the saddle. Ocean Gaja, ridden by Angel Manarisip, who had plenty of early success today. Ocean Gaja was a winner in April, hasn't ridden in Indonesia's horse racing since then, so effectively looking for consecutive victories here. This is Shangri-La, couple of third places over the last 3 events. Didn't feature in the May meeting. Historia G, ridden by Fajar Walengitan. So another big field, 12 runners in this one, 1,600 meters. 3-year-old juvenile class. Couple of horses owned by Lira Sabria, that's Radui and Red Minister. Watch out for Miss Kimberly, Nagasakti PM and Nona Cindy stable colors. So they'll be wearing the same silks. We can distinguish them for you. Miss Kimberly will have a blue hat. Nagasakti will wear a white cap. So that's how you tell those two apart. That's Historia G. Sienna. Jonathan Langi in the saddle. Ascara finished 6th in his last adventure, ridden by Truly Pantawo. So another big field. Let's see how easily they can squeeze the horses into the gates. Getting a view looking east now. And those waves just gloriously go on forever, don't they? Plenty of people on that ocean side of the track enjoying the action. Quite a sight to see these animals whisk past you at top speed. If you're ever in Jakarta, the capital city, jump in a car, brace yourself for a 9-hour drive, and you'll find yourself in this delightful part of the world. Camera pans due south, and then we look southwest to where the starting gate is positioned for this 1,600-meter race. So once again, 3 turns to negotiate, the best part of 3 anyway. The gate is actually already into the curve. So they will pass the finish line twice. The familiar pattern of some horses more willing to be led towards the starting gate nice and early, settle themselves, others having none of it. Their handlers know their personalities very well, thank you, and they'll hold them back till the very last minute. Looks like we've got 4 and now 5 in position, 7 to go. The white cap of Ocean Gajah will be pushed into gate number 10 as we look. Ocean Gajah won on his last appearance back in April. Certainly one of the fancied horses here today, but there are 4 horses with wins over the last 3 races. So that's Kana Eclipse, Fiona Cullim, Ocean Gajah, and Miss Kimberly. Of those 4, Miss Kimberly has the advantageous draw in gate 1. And when you consider they dive straight into a corner, that gate 1 is a real advantage. Conversely, Ocean Gajah is way out there in gate 10. And will have to come across the way in order to mount an early challenge. Angel Gajah ridden by Angel Manarisip, who picked up 2 early wins this morning. Nobody choosing to reverse in this time around. Indeed, the option doesn't really seem to present itself with full complement of horses here. 12 starters. Track's not quite wide enough. Just trying to see if we've got any empty gates there, and I don't think we do. It seems like everybody's in. And they're away. It seems clean for all 12. Couple of stragglers right at the back there, but 4 horses go into the first turn. In fact, it's 3 abreast now as they come out of the first turn. Kana Eclipse in a great position, and alongside him, it's Radui. Radui and Kana Eclipse then, as they pass the finish line for the first time, meaning there's now 1 lap to go. In the red cap, it's Kana Eclipse in the lead. Radui behind him, wearing that red shirt with the white star. And that's horse number 3, Ocean Garja, up there challenging as well in the blue shirt with the white cap. So it's Kana Eclipse in the lead, taking a wide exit to that turn down the back straight as we see the sea beyond the crowd. Thousands of them gathered to see this spectacle. Kana Eclipse in the lead, but very, very wide. And Ocean Garja probably has the desired run in as they come into this bend for the final time. But Ocean Garja's dropped back to 4th. He's losing pace. And Kana Eclipse in the red cap making a big benefit to that least of all tight entrance to the final turn, I should say. But on the inside with the favourable line is Fiona of Kalem. In the yellow cap, she has the advantage by a length. It's Fiona of Kalem in the yellow cap. Behind her, it's Kana Eclipse, and it's these two as they come up this home straight past the grandstand for the final time. And it's going to be Fiona of Kalem by some margin in the end, timing that attack prodigiously well. Fiona Kalem takes the win. It's very, very tight for second and third. We'll need slow motion to distinguish exactly who takes second spot. But what a run from Fiona of Kalem, picking her moment precisely under the tutelage of Jenny Runtu in the saddle. Jenny Runtu really timing that perfectly. At this stage, it was a foregone conclusion, but had a slight edge pretty much all the way around that last 1,200 meters, and then finished in really, really strong manner. Horse number 2, Fiona of Kalem. Remember, there was only 0.3 of a second in their qualifying race between Fiona of Kalem and Kana Eclipse. And once again, it was a tight one. As they came out of the traps, everyone was fairly clean, although Historia G had a bit of a faulty start. This then, the first of 3 turns that they had to negotiate, and already Fiona of Kalem was in a good position. Third there, trailing the 2 leading horses who are making an early break for it. One of them was Kana Eclipse. 4 horses now in the discussion. Fiona of Kalem, 4th among them. Out in the front there, it was Kana Eclipse. Going into the second turn, from whence they would come out by the sea. Kana Eclipse now, couple of lengths ahead. And Ocean Garja also making a good impression on the rails. And as they stretched out along the beach, they went very, very wide, some of them, but that turned out to be an absolutely expert move, because look at the angle that Kana Eclipse gets here with his nose in front into the corner. Not a tight, sharp angle at all. but a nice, straight, gentle entry. Fiona of Culham on the inside, and that's where she took advantage. The quickest route between A and B is a straight line, even around a curb. And hugging that rail proved advantageous for Fiona of Culham. Now really turning on the afterburners. Squeezing out every ounce of energy. And in the end, crossing the line by a good 6-7 lengths, you'd say. Fiona of Culham first. In second place, it's Kana Eclipse, and that's very tight for third. Looked to me like Ocean Gaja picked it up. We'll get confirmation of that for you in a moment. Particularly tight, wasn't it, for third spot? I think from the naked eye that it was Ocean Gaja that just nicked it, and that's Angel Manarisip in the saddle. Typical of him, perhaps, to just squeeze it out on the line when it was a well-contested finish for third. So, our top three places occupied by three of the four horses who entered this race with a recent win. Recent form then proving telling in the end. You can just see the wincing, the raising of the rear right leg, the hind leg there as that cold water gets put on the body to cool the horse down quickly. So let's see if we can get a nice close look at third place in particular here. Kana Eclipse out on his own in first. We'll see Ocean Gaja in the well, your guess is as good as mine. I'm saying it's Ocean Gaja. Looks to me like Ocean Gaja in third. Confirmation coming. It was very tight. Less than a neck, I think. We're looking at a nose separating the two horses. Just a couple of races away, by the way, from the big one. Race 14 to mark your cards. The Indonesia Derby for 3-year-olds, over 2 kilometers, 250 million rupiah at stake. And then we'll have the 4-year-olds over the same course straight after that. So absolute confirmation of third place is coming to you in just a moment as these trophies are about to be presented. Still looking as if he could go for a run, isn't he? Plenty of energy. Buoyed, no doubt, by that really tight finish for third. Really looks like he wants to get out there and run again, doesn't it? Kana Eclipse, piloted by Michael Solaran. Trainer is Rully Solaran, not sure if there's a relation there. And here's our winner, Fiona of Kalim. Another really impressive finish. It's a good-looking horse, isn't she, as well? Successful filly. Back-to-back wins for Fiona of Kalim. Jemmy Runtu in the saddle. Following on from that impressive run in the previous race from Lord Montjo TA. Two really impressive performances. Back-to-back over 1,600 meters. But it's pretty much a mile in old money if you're comfortable with that system. Confirmation, Fiona of Kalim, your winner then. Kuznadi Halim, trainer and owner from the King Halim stable. Really impressive run from this horse in race number 12. Which means we're 2/3 of the way through our day today. Hope you're enjoying all of the fun. 18 races across 8 hours. Our 5th event of an 8-race season at Legok Jawa horse racing track in Pangandaran. We're in West Java. Local time, if you're just joining us, is 2:30 in the afternoon. And that leads us very nicely into race 13. So this is for the Pertamina Trophy, 4-year-olds. Horses ranging from 151 centimeters, 146 centimeters to 156. Just looking back on that race we've just seen, which was certainly one to keep in the memories. Fine performance from our eventual winner. Your eventual winner is with the yellow cap, horse number 2 there. You can just see in the middle, Fiona of Kalim. Making sure that those horses to her left are kept on the outside track so that she can dominate the rail as she comes in for what is the final bend of a race that involved 3 turns. And by the time she came out of this bend, it was pretty much all said and done. Good challenge, wasn't it, by Kana Eclipse to hold with her as long as possible, but in the end, along this straight, it was head down from Jemmy Run 2, and Fiona of Kalim came home for a convincing, decisive victory in race 12. So here is confirmation of the final field, and we were right in suggesting that it was Ocean Gea in 3rd spot, Fiona of Kalim in 1st, then Kana Eclipse, then Ocean Gea, followed by Shangri-La, Historia Guti, Miss Kimberly in 6th, Sienna Ina Fatana TA, Red Minister in 9th, Naga Sakti PM, 11th is Askara, and then Rajadui in 12th. That leads us then into race 13, again over 1,600 meters. It's an 8-horse field. Coming out of gate 1, number 7, Piputra Barbara. Gigana BB is in gate 2. Alongside him, Ya Tarim TA in gate 3. Harata Eclipse in 4, wearing 4. In the green cap of number 6, in gate 5, it's Pidui Sembodro. Lady Baharna in gate 6, Raja Parmata in gate 7, and Samurai in the black and white cap, wearing 8 in gate number 8. Just trying to settle Raja Parmata down. Will eventually be a bit of a tough time there for Jovan Singhal to get on and stay on. Often a good sign that these horses have plenty of energy. Number 6 there, Pidui Sombodro. Ryan Fermancia in the saddle. This is Piputra Barbara. Risky Rorimpandi. And there is Samurai Iqbal Ramidias in the saddle. Only one horse with a recent win, that's Lady Baharna. ridden today by Ahmad Safuddin. Won last time out in June, had a 5th placing in May. That's Piputra Barbara in the red cap, or the brown cap actually. Not always easy telling brown from red. Gargana BB will be wearing the red cap. That's Samurai on the left-hand side of your screen. The black and white cap being worn by Iqbal Ramadias. So once again, 1,600 meters, 50,000 rupiah at stake here. That gate set up in the same place, launching the horses immediately into a turn. This part of the world, as you drive and walk around, is quite a quiet place. So it's a little bit of a surprise to see so many people come out for this fabulous event. Race number 13 is where we are now. So this one and then 5 more to come. It's been a really super day. Got underway at 8 a.m. Scheduled to finish around 4 o'clock. No hurry. We're all enjoying ourselves. Keep in mind that the race after this one is really the big race of the day, that 3-year-old derby, the Indonesia Derby 2026. The first of 3 races over 2 kilometers. The 4-year-olds will then have a go at it after that, and it'll be the non-finalists for the 3-year-olds in race 16. Before we wrap things up with a couple of sprints, which are always fun. Looks like we've got Piputra Barbara backing into gate 1. Harata Eclipse, I believe, hanging way back there. Not in any hurry. Yeah, that is Harata Eclipse. Lady Baharna having a think about it and then turning away, being led back onto the fray.
Indonesia'S racing.
So it looks like we've got 7 horses in the gate now. Eight runners here, so just the one that always appeared to be the most reluctant to get in, which is Harata Eclipse. And that horse safely installed now in gate number 4. Looked as if P. Dewey Sombodro was going to make an early exit, but he's been reined back in. The green flag is up. .6 kilometers then, the old-fashioned mile. and all but one of them get away. It's a very slow start for the back marker, but making immediate ground. Out there in the front, there's 3 horses abreast. In the middle, it's Lady Bahana in the white cap. On the outside there, looks as if it could be Piputra Barbara. If it is, then that horse is now a couple of lengths ahead. Number 5 there in the black cap is Raja Parmata, and that is who has the lead. 2 or 3 lengths ahead now, just taking a nice gentle angle into the second turn of this race. Raja Parmata in the black cap then, going well. Got a great big stride on him, coming around fairly wide out of this second turn. Down the back straight, along the shoreline, and still a 2 horse length lead for Raja Parmata. Looks like it's Piputra Barbara. Yes, horse number 7 in second place. And that's Lady Bahana just edging up from 3rd, also mounting a bit of a challenge. Raja Parmata has been pushed to the side, and it's Piputra Barbara who comes away. Horse number 7 in the brown cap there, now 4 lengths ahead of the field. Being chased by Yatarim Ta, who's come out of nowhere. It's Piputra Barbara. Has a clear lead. It's a good 3 lengths now. Piputra Barbara wins it. In the end, just a couple of lengths in it. There was some ground made up there in the last 20 or 30 meters or so. Yatarim Ta there in the red and white check shirt. I had a little bit of trouble identifying who was in second there. Forgive me for that, but quite clearly Piputra Barbara winning this one by a couple of lengths, being chased at this point only by the drone that we have following the horses as they go around the track. Should be able to get a look at who's in second here. It's horse number 2, Yatarim Ta. So much momentum Piputra Barbara had, having passed the finish line, that he's gone halfway around the track before turning around. Lady Bahana confirmed as taking 3rd spot there. Something of an effortless jaunt for Piputra Barbara. In the green cap, Pidui Sombodro really struggled to get out of the gate. In the end, all 8 horses managed it. It's a good start, wasn't it, from Yatarim Ta? But in the brown cap there, horse number 7, Piputra Barbara, was making the early running. Here in second spot. Just tucking in behind the leader as they came up to the second turn of the race. Piputra Barbara in second, had a nice line coming into it. And it had been Raja Parmata who'd been leading up to this point in the black cap there with the red silks, but forced a little bit wide, or not really forced, but drifting a little bit wide there as they came out of that second turn, riding along the seafront. Still at this point, Raja Parmata in the lead, and this is where Piputra Barbara started to make good ground. Far closer to the rail, so it would be a tighter entry to the final turn. But having got in position, it would be the quickest route to the finish line. And you can see they're hugging the rail habitually, doing really well to maintain that position on the rail, having a little look behind, and by the time they come out of the turn, there's fully 3 horse lengths between P. Putra Barbara and the next best runner, which is Ya Tarim TA. Couple of looks behind just to make sure that everything's fine. And it wasn't totally safe, was it? Ya Tarim TA just sitting on her back all the way to the line there, but enough of a lead for P. Putra Barbara to take it home. Second place, it's Ya Tarim TA. And Lady Barhana picking up 3rd spot. Gargana BP in 4th, Harata Eclipse in 5th. Raja Pamata, who started so well, that's the black cap, horse number 5, started really well and held the lead for a considerable time there, only managing 6th place in the end. Samurai takes 7th. P. Dewey Sombodro, who had that poor start, bringing up the rear. Gets a well-deserved soaking. P. Putra Barbara coming into this one with a couple of 2nd place finishes in May and June. Risky Ruprim Prandi was in the saddle for that one. Timed it well for a long time there. Raja Pamata looked as if he had the jump on everyone else and managed to consolidate that early lead for a considerable part of the race. In the end, though, falling quite well down the field. And P. Putra Barbara, and it has to be said, Ya Tarim TA as well, picking their moment just perfectly to overcome the early leader and make it count at the finish line. Nice breeze now coming across the center of the track, coupled with the good sponging down that these horses get after the race, I'm sure will come as very welcome relief indeed. Just to remind you, we are now moments away from the highlight race of the day. So do please stay with us for that one. We'll build up to that and get it started as soon as this prize presentation takes place for race 13. Much deserved plaudits going to P. Putra Barbara. And good job that that nasty rain stayed away, isn't it? Would have made the ground particularly heavy. Not a cloud in the sky. Been a glorious day, both weather-wise and on track. Lady Bahana to receive her third place plaudits first. Coming off a win, don't forget, last June, and a fifth place finish in May. Having to make do with third here today. NY Raihana, the owner. This is from the Redstone stable. Ahmed Saifuddin in the saddle. ₹50 million rupiah on offer in this race, but the big money's coming up next. 250 million at stake when the horses next leave the starting gate. Stick around for that one. Yatarim TA makes his way to the presentation area. Ridden by Aldi Tumewu. Picked up a fourth place finish in May, so second is a nice progression. From the Tombo Ati stable. Another fine looking horse, must say. Still seems to have plenty of interest in what's going on. Plenty of energy. And a really pleasing run here for P. Putra Barbara. A couple of second places over his last two outings. So getting the win here, all important, and a fitting reward for all of the hard work that I'm sure this horse and the team around him have put in. Trained and owned by Sheila Putri Mahardika in the BHM stable. P. Putra Barbara, winner of race number 13 here. 4-year-olds in the CD class. And once these digital memories are captured, we can look ahead to the big race of the day. Strap yourselves in, folks. It's coming right up. Race 14, Saga Trophy, the Indonesian Derby. 2 kilometers, prize money of 250 million rupiah.
Tiap hari selalu ketemu banyak orang.
And now we start to see to come into the picture the horses who will be involved. It's a 12-horse field. In gate 1 then, Aurora of Kalim. Malasti is in gate 2. Emersa Sakti PM in 3. Zilong Rimboka in 4. Next to him, Santora Berjaya. King Asva in 6. Piputri Barbara in 7. Nara Eclipse. Sun Power Nagari. Fox Ranger in 10. Piputra Borneo in 11. Monochrome in the outside gate. (2,000 meters then. Remember, one lap here is 1.2 kilometers. So a couple of laps, if my math serves me well, is 2.4 kilometers. So we're just under 2 laps here, which means they'll start just after the turn that takes them into the home straight. That's where I think they'll start. Let's see if that actually works out. The turn that takes them into the back straight, I should say, along by the beach. Horse number 1, Zilong Rimboka. That's Monochrome, horse number 2. Jones Pandong will be in the saddle eventually. Horse number 4 there, Sun Power Nagari. Aurora of Kalim, ridden by Jimmy Runtu. This is King Asva. Abdul Majid will be in the saddle. P. Putra Borneo and Emara Sakti PM. 9 is Nara Eclipse. P. Putra Borneo, the brown horse there. There's number 3 we were missing earlier on, Santora Berjaya. And I think we can see why he was missing earlier on, just misbehaving a bit. Getting a little excitable. That's Piputra Borneo from the BHM stable. Emera Sakti PM. This is Nara Eclipse. Michael Solaran will be in the saddle. Third place finish back in April. Piputra Barbara. This is Fox Ranger. Julian Malecki is the pilot. And this is Malasti. Joshua Michael Rory guiding that horse through this race with the light blue cap there. 3 horses with wins over the last 3 meetings. You can start with Zilong Rimboka, which is horse number 1. Had a win back in April. Santura Brajaya also won in that event. And Piputri Barbara won in June. So 3 horses with winning experience. Emera Sakti PM in the black and white cap. Looks like Sun Power Nagari just ahead of him in the blue with the white sun motif. Those 2 horses have been released from the parade area to make their way to the starting gate. Good, nice, enduring chance for the spectators to get a look at this fine field. Zilong Rimboka should be horse number 1. Yep. Monochrome with the yellow cap. Santura Berjaya picked up that victory in April, hasn't raced in these events since. King Asva picked up a 4th place finish in April. 7 is Piputra Borneo, has finished 5th and 7th in its last 2 outings. Nara Eclipse has the 3rd place finish back in April. That's Piputri Barbara, number 10, purple cap. Piputra Barbara there in the purple cap, as we said. Risky Rompandi on board. A winner last time out in June. Nara Eclipse. Michael Solaran in the saddle. Putra Borneo. Malasti, number 12. Just cantering towards the starting gate. And yes, we were right. The starting gate set up as they come out of what would be the first turn if you were doing a lap from finish line to finish line. So they'll be launched onto a long straight, and then it's 2,000 meters from there. They'll go round past the finish line, having completed 3/4 of a lap, and then they'll do a whole lap beyond that. So a grueling effort for these horses and their jockeys in the heat, albeit with a nice sea breeze cooling them down in the very first part of this contest. 12 horses, 250 million rupiah on the line, 2,000-meter ride. This for the Indonesia Derby for 3-year-olds, the richest purse on the program. Owner Sheila Putri Mahardika has 2 starters here, P. Putra Borneo and P. Putri Barbara, both trained by Stephen Singal. What a setting this is. And a great thrill, I think, really for the spectators that are assembled on that side of the track, over in the public area, to see these horses just before they get into the starting gate, up close and personal, and then as they burst out of the blocks. Looks like King Asfa is the first to be encouraged to get into the starting gate, but doesn't seem especially willing. King Asfa ridden by Abdul Majid today. A lot at stake here. They'll be taking their time. King Asfa in the diamonds there, blue and white diamonds, green cap. Zilong Rimboka, just to the left of center, number 1, red cap. Just pawing away at the dirt there with the front right foot. Looks fairly settled. A winner last time out, as is Santora Berjaya. And indeed P. Putri Barbara. So 3 horses here who won in their last race. We have 1 horse in the starting gate, and I think he's in for a long wait. Looks to me as if it could be P. Putra Borneo. In comes Melasti, horse number 12, looking to squeeze himself into gate number 2. Gate number 1 already occupied by Aurora of Kalim. Number 3 in the white cap, Santora Berjaya, having a think about it. Yellow silks. P. Putri Barbara being purposefully led towards the starting gate, as is Fox Ranger. To the right of your screen, Emera Sakti getting reversed in. Nara Eclipse, number 9, in the yellow and red stripes there. Orange cap. For now, just continuing to want a little stroll. Sun Power Nagari. Jockey not yet mounted. Perhaps has already dismounted. Looks a little frisky. Zilong Rimboka to the left of your screen, red cap. No interest seemingly in getting in the starting gate just yet. Monochrome, number 2, the yellow cap, similarly so. Happy to exhibit themselves before the gathered audience, of which there are many. Sun Power Nagari, still without a jockey on its back. Those in the stalls looking comfortable. Sun Power Nagari becoming a little problematic. Not yet ready for its mount. And a little bit too excitable. None of the other horses wanting to go particularly close to him. And Trulli Pantau, the jockey, is standing off for a little while they calm him down. Santora Berjaya takes another turn away. Well, they're really giving Sun Power Nagari a push towards the stalls. And he's not budging, is he? It takes a whole team of men to push him. And the men are winning just at the moment. But it may not last for long. It's a volatile area around the backside of a horse. If they kick out, it can be a punishing involvement. In goes Monochrome into gate number 12. Zilong Rimboka, horse number 1. Yet to make an approach. And you can feel the tension. The big race of the day. Experienced race hands and jockeys unwilling to let their horses get in until they are ready. They won't be rushed. Zilong Rimboka, as far as I can see, the lone horse yet to make its way into the stables. Valentino Sangian has dismounted. He's getting in the stables himself, such that the horse will be led in without a jockey, and then he'll jump on once he's in there. Tense times ahead of this big race of the day. Melasti just trying to break free, and so is Aurora of Kalim. And it's chaos there on the left-hand side of your screen. I think one horse spooked the other. And you can see those assisting Aurora of Kalim not very happy with those who are assisting Melasti, because one horse spooked the other, and this one's off on a joyride. Well, they have successfully managed to reel in a horse that did something similar earlier in the day, but it's quite a feat. What a contrast. Anxiety, a little bit of chaos in the foreground, calm serenity in the background. Where would you rather be? They've managed to get a hold of Melasti. And it'll be a long walk back. Aurora of Kalim, ridden by Jemmy Runtu, will have to make a re-entry, having already been installed in gate number 1, but then broke free. It's almost as if the horses know that this is the special event of the day, the main event of the day. Malasti has been safely captured and Joshua Mikael Rory has hopped on top. Have a look at Aurora of Kalim. Nothing is hurrying that horse into the gate. He won't be the last, that's for sure. Malasti is as yet still out of picture. Here he comes. Light blue cap. Aurora of Kalim gets a bit of dirt thrown at him, encouraging him to move forwards. Seems to do the trick. Aurora of Kalim is in. Just down to Malasti now, who, remember, has already been in and then got out, looking to fill the vacated gate number 2. It's going to be a trial. He's in. All 12 horses in the gate. We have a green flag held aloft. And the race of the day hasn't yet started. Gates are open, but horses are being held back because one has escaped at the rear, and those gates will have to all be closed, and it's now a real problem for the jockeys to calm their horses down because they see the gates open and they want to leap out. Malasti still unsettled. I wonder how much the sea breeze is affecting these horses around that side of the track there. Maybe a little calmer for them while the air is still. Not so over that area. Well, the tension mounts, doesn't it? Fans are having plenty of fun. Who are we struggling with now? Malasti, still a recalcitrant. Aurora of Kalim, still a recalcitrant. It's those two who are causing the problems. Trying to get into gates 2 and 1 respectively. Malasti simply does not want to get in there. Nonetheless, he's in. One more horse to fill his slot on the very inside line, and that's Aurora of Kalim. Horse number 5, looking to get into gate number 1. And for the second time, they are all in place. And I think we're ready to go, and indeed we are away. And it's a great start on the inside there by Aurora of Kalim. After all the trouble he caused, he's the one leading on the inside track, but there are other challenges afoot. Nara Eclipse with the orange cap there just has his nose in front. And I think that's Sun Power Nagari in the blue cap, who's now just surged ahead. They come to the first turn. There'll be 3 of them in this 2,000-meter course. Sun Power Nagari in the blue. On the inside, horse number 9, Nara Eclipse, in the orange cap, making good progress on that inside line. Has a couple of lengths on the field now. Sun Power Nagari in second, but it's Nara Eclipse, ridden by Michael Soloren, out in front for now. Suntora Berjaya making some ground. That white cap prominent down this home straight. They passed the finish line for the first time. 1 lap to go in this 2,000-meter course. Monochrome is making good progress in the yellow cap. Over there on the outside, those 4 horses bunched as they come in, hugging the line. Monochrome, horse number 2 in the yellow cap, takes the lead. Nara Eclipse exactly 3 horse lengths behind, but it's Monochrome in the yellow cap who's making the headway early on. Still plenty to come. Over half a lap to come as they go along the shoreline once more. It's Monochrome in yellow, ridden by Jones Pandong. He's got the inside line. Nara Eclipse on the outside. Monochrome in yellow, ceding some ground now. And that looks to be Zilong Rimboka in the red cap, making his attack from the outside lane. It's these two, Zilong Rimboka and Monochrome. It's these two coming out of the final bend into the home straight. Zilong Rimboka just has the edge on the outside and looking strong, but Monochrome surely has something left in the tank. Giving up some ground now and may have to even give up second place. Zilong Rimboka in the red cap, surging towards the line. Won't be challenged anymore, surely. Monochrome in second, but it's Zilong Rimboka who wins the big race of the day. 250 million rupiah in the pot, and Zilong Rimboka will get the lion's share. An exciting battle over 2,000 meters. And it was these 3. Well, the battle for 4th and 5th was intense, and I'm interested to see how that turns out. But Zilong Rimboka first, Monochrome second, and it looks like Suntora Berjaya third. Who got 4th and 5th? We'll have to find out later. Zilong Rimboka in first, 2nd consecutive win for that horse. Monochrome finishing second consecutive time he's been runner-up. And Suntora Berjaya picking up 3rd spot after having won in his last outing in April. Those are the official results from this 3-year-old derby, the Indonesia Derby 2026, over 2 kilometers. It was a right royal battle that endured all the way to the finish line. It was really only concluded with about 60, 70 meters to go when Zilong Rimboka opened up a gap that really looked like it wasn't going to be drawn in. Valentino Sanghian on board will, I'm sure, want to take a look at the replay if he gets a chance. It was a really good start by Aurora of Kalim, but that challenge soon faded. In fact, dropping back markedly at this stage. Sun Power Nagari making the early going into the first turn. And in the brown cap there, or the orange cap, Nara Eclipse also making a good fist of things as they come out of the first bend and head towards the finish line for the first time in this almost 2-lap race. Not going full hammer and tongs at this stage, and that gave everyone a chance to bunch up slightly. Nara Eclipse at this stage, but there was a lot more to be written in this story. On comes Sun Power Nagari in the blue, taking up responsibility for the lead. But on that far side with the yellow cap, heading into the second turn of the race. A really positive run from Monochrome, stretching the field out once again. Monochrome from Nara Eclipse. Monochrome in the yellow cap, opening up a gap. Horse number 2, Nara Eclipse, further on the outside, but holding second until there was that wonderful surge there from Zilong Rimboka. And that was where his race really started to happen. Zilong Rimboka overtaking Monochrome, but he had the outside line, the longer route around this final turn. Zilong Rimboka in the red cap, horse number 1 nearest to camera, but it was Zilong Rimboka on the outside, the longer route. Monochrome has the shorter route, hugging the rail, and at this point it was a sprint between these two to the finish. And what staying power from Zilong Rimboka. Had the furthest to travel, but sheer athleticism took him away from Monochrome and heading towards the line. And it was at this point that you knew there was no reeling him back. It's Zilong Rimboka from Monochrome, from Suntora Berjaya. And it was very, very tight for 4th. Let's have a look. I think the horse nearest camera, horse number 7, P. Putra Borneo, picked up 4th. Confirmation for you of just that then. Zilong Rimboka in 1st. Monochrome getting 2nd. Suntora Berjaya in 3rd. Closely contested, wasn't it, for 4th place. P. Putra Borneo coming out on top ahead of Nara Eclipse, who had a good run. Aurora of Kalemu started so well, could only finish 6th. Sun Power Nagari, then Emira Sakti PM, Fox Ranger, Milasti, P. Putra Barbara, and in 12th spot, King Asfa. And you can just see what it took out of that horse, can't you? The sheen, the veins popping out. It's a physical ordeal at this time of the day, perhaps a little bit past the peak of the day, but the atmosphere has had plenty of time to get nice and toasty. It's 3:30, just before 3:30 p.m. local time now. Wildly appreciated by the spectators here. A battle royale. And the story twisted and turned several times before our eventual winner demonstrated his raw strength. And if you enjoyed that race over 2 kilometers for 3-year-olds, we've got the 4-year-olds next over the same distance, so stay with us. Zilong Rimboka draped in the winner's cloth. Monumental effort, and again brilliantly timed by Valentino Sangian. Horse number 1 there in the red cap, going the long way round. It took some gumption to do that. There was no other choice. Monochrome had hugged that rail coming into the final run to the line. And every ounce of power and stamina used up there by Zilong Rimboka for a second win of the year in Indonesia's horse racing. Santora Berjaya. Picking up third spot after a winning race in April. So the most significant prize presentation of the day. And we start with the third placed Santora Berjaya. Ender Rahmat in the saddle. Yuyun Estini, the trainer from the ICR Berjaya stable. And that's nice. We see the horse brought to the front to make sure we can get the winning horse in the photograph. Haven't seen that on every occasion. Oh, and doesn't he look excited about it as well? Second place, Monochrome, horse number 2 in second place. gave it a really creditable shot. Made a competition out of this big race. Had several good looks. But in the end, just lost out on the final stretch. And there's a real mass of people looking to give all the credit to the horse, which again is really nice to see. Clearly that's a horse that's loved and admired by those who work around him. And by the looks of things, fully deserving of all that attention. Monochrome then from the Miranda stable, owned by Nico Kanta. Jones Pandong was in the saddle. And the most deserving of them all, being brought out of the parade circle now, Zilong Rimboka. Consecutive wins for this horse, piloted by Valentino Sangian. Still kicking away with his back leg. Interesting to know that none of our top three finishers were either of the two horses that were having such a struggle to get into the starting gate. Aurora of Kalim and Milasti in particular had a real battle to settle themselves. And both had a successful first third of the race, but I think they'd probably drained themselves of energy before the race had started. Zilong Rimboka then. Natalia Roaring, owner of the Rimboka stable. Rolly Sularan is the trainer. And Valentino Sangian was on board for this one. And they'll have a nice check to bring home with them to reward all of their hard work.
Indonesia'S racing.
So as the sun begins its long journey downwards, and there are some spectacular sunsets in this part of the world, that brings us on to our next race, which is race 15. So also 2 kilometers, this time for 4-year-olds in the A-B category, which means we're looking at horses taller than 1.56 meters. So these are the big boys. And in gate 1, it's Centauri. Wearing number 3 in gate 2, it's Kashmir BB. Wearing 2 in gate 3, it's Duke BB, formerly known as Duke Tonsea. Nora Ayu is in 4, Romantic Spartan in 5, Romeo Berjaya in 6, Kamaka Eclipse is in gate 7. Alongside him, Griffin, wearing the pink hat, number 11, Agatha Star in 9, Lucy Nero in 10, Princess Gavi in 11. Horse number 1 there, Princess Gavi, ridden by Jimmy Runtu this time around, has a couple of wins on the trot, so highly fancied in this one. Duke BB, number 2, and Kashmir BB come from the same stable. Yet to win this year. Princess Gavi, Duke BB, and Kashmir BB actually did have a win back in April. Rusman Tio is the pilot today. Centauri, Saiful Farmandani, Romeo Berjaya should be next there. There we are in 6. Nora Ayu will be ridden by Bramantio Turangan. 8 is Kamaka Eclipse. Hesky Pandong will be on board. This is Agatha Star. Lucy Nero. And horse number 11, ridden by Rizky Nugraha, is Griffin. Just coming into view now, I think, horse number 4. Oh, no, that's horse number 5. But Romantic Spartan, who'll be wearing number 4, is in his last race, last career race today. 3rd in the Indonesian Derby last year. The story of his career is something along the lines of always the bridesmaid, never the bride. So one last outing for Romantic Spartan. If he can salvage some glory. Because after this, he gets a well-deserved retirement. Horse number 11 coming into view. Prince Gavi in the red cap. Haven't yet seen Romantic Spartan. He hasn't retired early on us, has he? There's horse number 4. Having a little wander, no doubt keeping his thoughts to himself. Wondering what might have been over a glorious career that's about to come to an end. Can he finish with one final flourish? doesn't have a jockey as yet. So we'll follow that story for you. Romeo Berjaya looks a little frisky. Nora Ayu, number 7. Kamaka Eclipse, this is Agatha Star. And Lucy Nero. 11 is Griffin. So, what of Romantic Spartan? The last time we saw him, no jockey Truly Panto should be in the saddle. Let's see how that pans out. Coming into your picture here, Romeo Berjaya with the green cap. There's number 4. And still jockeyless. And just looking at the blinkers on the horse there, I'm starting to wonder if, in fact, we're getting a withdrawal here. Again, a great chance for the spectators on that far side over there by the beach to get a good glimpse of these horses. Another packed field, 11 to get squeezed into those starting gates. (3:47 in the afternoon now, local time. Plenty of rock formations, 70, 80, 100 meters out away from the beach there, right along this coastline where the waves crash into the rocks. You can see one to the right of your screen there. Creates a very picturesque explosion of foam. Really highly recommend this location to just come and have a nice chill for a week or so, particularly if you're a horse racing fan. Combine it with one of these great events. Romeo Berjaya in the foreground, and Romantic Spartan still without a rider and still with that hood on. Well, Romantic Spartan seems to be safely installed in gate number 5, so all seems to be well. Not sure that the jockey is on board yet, but that's no big crisis. They can get in there and jump on at the last second. The big challenge is getting the horse in there. Kamaka Eclipse in the middle of your screen, being steadily led to the start gate. Seemingly not quite as much kerfuffle as we had in the previous race in terms of getting these horses ready to go. Lucinero looks to be waiting to do a 180 and get into gate 10. There we are to the right of your screen, Lucinero with the purple cap. Romeo Berjaya also having a good long think about it. Romeo Berjaya with the green cap wearing Kenny Nyon. Horse number 6 there. And it looks like Princess Gavi as well. Yeah, Princess Gavi. Although that could be Griffin, actually. Is that Griffin or Princess Gavi closest to the camera in the red or light red cap? It's Princess Gavi. So just 2 horses to get into the gate now. One of them looks to be on his way in. Confirmed that that's Princess Gavi there with the sorry, that's Lucinero actually with a purple cap, number 10 there, furthest away from the starting gate, showing 0 interest in actually getting in place. Looks like they're doing a coaxing job on Princess Gavi, looking to fill trap number 11. It's horse number 1 there with the red cap. So Princess Gavi is going to be reversed in, and that seems to have done the trick. Well, she doesn't like it, does she? But she's in. And I think we're all installed now. So this race for 4-year-olds is about to get underway. And we are away. It's clean for all of them. And on the outside, Princess Gavi, after causing so much trouble, has got a really good start out there towards the outside rail. There are 3 abreast out the front, 12, 11, and 1. or 7-11-1, I should say. So that's Griffin, Nora Ayu, and Princess Gavi. Nora Ayu as they come round this first bend. Princess Gavi, very unsure of herself in terms of getting out of the gate, but totally confident in terms of leaving it behind. Taking the outside track as they approach the coastline. The turn that leads them there, and there's 3 horses in deep contention right at the front. Duke BB is in the middle there, in the yellow cap, and Princess Gavi out in front. Hugs the barrier as they come round towards the coastline. It's Princess Gavi in the lead with Duke BB right behind her. Duke BB in the yellow cap, and they're going well, and they're all coming wide now. You can hear the roar of the crowd lined along the shoreline, and what a sight that is. These 2 horses out in front. It's the yellow cap of Duke BB just in front by a neck, but Princess Gavi's going really well on the outside line, and coming up right on the outside there in the white cap is Kashmir BB. It's these 3 horses that look to have it between them as we come into the final turn, and it's Duke BB who seemed to stumble for a moment there but recovered quickly enough. Princess Gavi on the outside, tracking very closely indeed, and nudging ahead now as they come out of the final turn. It's a strong run from Princess Gavi. Kashmir BB tracking the 2 of them, but it's Princess Gavi now. Dropping back is Duke BB, and he's been caught by Kashmir BB, who's looking not only to take second but make a really big run on Princess Gavi. It's these 2, Princess Gavi on the inside, Kashmir BB on the outside, and I think Kashmir BB took it nearest the camera by a neck or so, but we will need confirmation of that. It was a come from behind victory if that's the case. Tremendously exciting stuff. And I think it's quite clear that Rusman Tio thinks he's won it, because there was a clenched fist after he crossed the line, but we will wait for official confirmation of that. What an exciting conclusion to that race. 3 in deep contention right towards the very climax, and then it just was boiled down to 2. Kashmir BB, horse number 3. Very exciting conclusion, wasn't it? Here's how it all finished then. On the left of your screen, Princess Gavi in the red cap, looking good. But have a look at Kashmir BB, nearest camera, with the white cap, looking across at Princess Gavi, the jockey there. Now, who snatched it? There's the line, that red vertical stripe. Goodness, it's going to be close. And it's Kashmir BB, isn't it? By a neck. Fabulously timed. Come from behind victory by Kashmir BB. Princess Gavi, who looked strong all the way round, desperately unlucky, and I dare say desperately disappointed to lose it at the very last stride. And if I'm not mistaken, Duke BB made it into 3rd place, having also looked in contention for some considerable time over those 2,000 meters. Well, it seemed fairly clear on the freeze frame, but we all ought to wait for confirmation. That's Princess Gavi. We really have been treated to some very tight photo finishes on this day, as well as some extraordinary out on their own runs from the front. Takes all sorts, and we've certainly had that variety today. So taking another look at this fascinating race. And Princess Gavi was strong from the outset. On the outside line there, in the red cap, very prominent. Kashmir BB, actually that's Nora Ayu alongside in the early going. Princess Gavi, they're going really well. Griffin, number 11 there, taking the inside line, and it was those two at this point happy to just ride alongside each other, with Princess Gavi taking the slightly longer route on the outside lane. But as they came off that bend, the horses behind them had gathered up the distance and were mounting their attack. Princess Gavi still out in front there in the middle, leading the group. Jimmy Runtu just having a look over his shoulder, and when he did so, he would see Dark BB making ground to his left. So it was these two coming into the second turn of the race. When they come out of this turn, they'll be alongside the coastline. And it was Princess Gavi leading into that turn, with Duke BB safely tucked in behind, ready to pounce. The purple cap of Lucy Nero also causing a bit of trouble there. Horse number 10. But Lucy Nero wouldn't be able to hang around for too long. Over on the outside to Lucy Nero's left came Kashmir BB. And that horse comfortably took third and was beginning to mount a challenge on the front two. By this time, Duke BB on the inside track with the yellow cap there had the slight advantage, hugging the barrier. And what tremendous ground Kashmir BB had made up at this point. Princess Gavi going well, timing the attack on the shoulder of the leader. But as those two tore away, have a look at Kashmir BB in the blue and white checks with the white cap. Princess Gavi out in front, but by this time Kashmir BB has pulled all the way over to this near side of the track and timed that attack just perfectly. Marginally slipping by the leader and at the line by no more than a neck. Horse number 3, Kashmir BB, picking off a tremendously exciting victory. Princess Gavi in second, Duke BB, formerly Duke Tonsea, in third, Romantic Spartan, Nora Ayu, Centauri, Agatha Star in seventh, Lucy Nero, who showed well right at the beginning but couldn't hold on, Kamaka Eclipse, Romeo Berjaya, and Griffin in 11th spot. So there's your winner, and what a race it was. Kashmir BB with, I think, the most perfectly timed attack that we've seen today, because it looked for all the world as if Princess Gavi just about had that in the bag. Sure, there was two challengers mounting a feisty assault on his lead, on her lead, I should say, as she approached the finish line, but you really can't time your attack any more perfectly than Kashmir BB. And that could well go down as the performance of the day. Brilliantly maneuvered by jockey Rusman Tio. My goodness, we've seen some strong performances today. In terms of sheer excitement, ingenuity, strategy, timing there. That one probably takes the biscuit. So Duke BB picking up third spot, and it was a good run, wasn't it? Marcel Singal, the jockey who lasted so well over those 2,000 meters. Andi Gyana Shafir, the trainer and owner from the Blue Blood stable. But as good as that performance was from Duke BB, I think it was all about first and second. Princess Gavi, who we'll see next, and then our eventual winner, Kashmir BB. So Andi Gyana Shafir owns both Duke BB and Kashmir BB, as you might expect, given the similarity of the names and also their Blue Blood stable colours. There'll be a lot of respect around this race course for the effort that Princess Gavi put in, giving it absolutely everything to the line there. Leading from the front for much of the closing stages, just to be pipped at the final moment by a horse that came wide on the outside. Kuznadi Halim is the owner from the King Halim stable. Karlan is the trainer. Jimmy Runtu, as we've mentioned, the jockey. but nicking it at the last, Kashmir BP with a superbly timed run. And Rusman Tio on board deserves all the credit for navigating that course. But what a horse this is. All the guts and then all the glory. Getting plenty of affection. And why not? So there'll be some very proud moments captured on camera here, and then we're going to take a little break for 15 or 20 minutes while there are some ceremonial duties taking place trackside, and then we'll come back to you with our final 3 races. Well, the ceremonial aspect of this moment seems to be coming to an end, and the good news is we can resume with the racing. 3 more to go. This is race 16, 7 runners in this one, and this is the non-final for that 3-year-old 2,000-meter race that we saw 2 races ago. So these were the non-qualifiers for that race. And in gate 1, it's P. Kenangan Borneo. In gate 2, Melody Hosanna. Wearing 5 in the black cap. In gate 3, it's Red Ricey KC. Saga Serumpun. Cassius Warrior in 5. Pidua Ex Pelita Sion, that was former name. And Volcanic is in gate number 7. Saga Serumpun has won 1 of the Triple Crown races in Indonesia horse racing. Triple Crown races involve a 1,200-meter race, a 1,600-meter race, and then the 2,000 meters, which is this race. Saga Serumpun won the 1,600-meter race. So won the 2nd race of the Triple Crown contests, and therefore will be one of the fancied runners here today. 7 runners here then. And they're away. The recent form is with Melody Hosanna, who's wearing the white cap and currently 2nd from last. Melody Hosanna. Out there in front, or going well on the inside, is Saga Serumpun, ridden by Angel Manarisip, who we saw generating plenty of success earlier on today. And it's Saga Serumpun on the inside track, coming round to the first bend of the 3 that they will tackle over this 2-kilometer distance. So Saga Serumpun in front. Pidua, wearing the brown cap, is tucked in behind that horse, and it's those 2 who are way out in front. In 3rd place is Red Ricey KC, but some way behind. So in front, Saga Serumpun, ridden by Angel, out there in front, but biding their time just behind. Pidua in the brown cap, and it's these 2 looking comfortable ahead of the chasing pack. And Pidua doesn't look particularly stressed about being in 2nd at all. There's a long way to go here, and looking behind, Marcel Singal, who is in the saddle on Pidua, seems very comfortable on the shoulder. Meanwhile, that pack of 4 have dramatically closed the gap on those leading 2. But it's Saga Serumpun still out in front, and now the gap between that horse and the others has opened up to 4 or 5 lengths. Coming round now by the shoreline, and it's Saga Serumpun with the yellow cap, 2 lengths ahead of Cassius Warrior, horse number 6 with the green cap. He's being challenged though quite brightly by P. Kenangan Borneo, the red cap there in the black and white checks. Cassius Warrior has been pushed back to 3rd. It's P. Kenangan Borneo looking to approach the shoulder of Saga Serumpun, who still leads and has pretty much led from the start. And going into this final bend, they'll come out of this with the finish line ahead of them. It's Saga Serumpun now able to see the finish line. Behind and chasing hard is P. Kenangan Borneo, but the gap looks to be too significant for any ground to be made up. It's going to be Saga Serumpun charging down towards the line. There is a late run to attack on the outside from P. Kenangan Borneo, but Saga Serumpun it is who takes first. P. Kenangan Borneo in the red cap will pull up in 2nd place, and we'll update you on 3rd in a moment. That was a long, hard, taxing run from Saga Serumpun. In contention for the win from the very start. I hesitate to say led from start to finish, but was right up there from the very beginning, and certainly took the responsibility for making this race happen. There, a brilliant start. You can see Saga Serumpun was indeed at the lead from the beginning, but that was a good run on the outside, wasn't it? From Pidua. Just nudging himself into contention. But Saga Serumpun managing to stay out in front and retaining the lead as they went into that first turn. With that attractive red noseband, it was Saga Serumpun leading through this first turn and into the home straight. Those two at this stage well ahead, but that chasing pack of 3 or 4 would make up considerable ground over the next 400 meters or so. Those chasing 3 would close the gap significantly by the time they get past the finish line for the first time. Saga Serumpun now ahead by a horse's length, and Kejuaraan Borneo looking very comfortable, had a little look behind, seemed very comfortable on the shoulder of the leader. But would he have enough strength in reserve to come through and take the victory? Well, as it turned out, no. It was Kejuaraan wearing that brown cap, dropped back, and now Cassius Warrior would make a play, overtaking Kejuaraan. Meanwhile, Saga Serumpun had pulled away. Along comes Cassius Warrior. 2 more horses on the outside making their challenge. Kejuaraan Borneo for the first time showing good form. Along the shoreline they go. Cassius Warrior dropped back to 3rd now. Kejuaraan Borneo timing his challenge just perfectly, if indeed he had the legs. But with the yellow cap, Saga Serumpun leads off the bend into the straight. And once the finishing line was in sight, you got the feeling that he wouldn't be caught. Looking strong, coming off that bend, kicking up dust in the face of the horse directly behind. And by this time, the gap was too big to overcome, even for a very, very game Kejuaraan Borneo. Your winner then at the line, in the end, not by such a huge gap, Saga Serumpun. We'll give you confirmation who came in 3rd. Such was the focus on those front 2. It was indeed Cassius Warrior. So Saga Serumpun with the win. Kejuaraan Borneo in 2nd. Cassius Warrior out of our picture, finishing in 3rd. Melody Hosanna in 4th. Red Ricey in 5th. Kejuaraan taking 7th spot and 6th spot, I beg your pardon. And in 7th, Volcanic. All of which means Saga Serumpun has now won 2 of the 3 races that go to make up the Triple Crown. So what a career it's been for this horse. Ridden today by Angel Manarisip. And it's been a memorable day for that jockey. At least 3 victories by my count. And some decent placings in addition. So now a double winner of Triple Crown races, Saga Serumpun, will be deservedly celebrated. Can't say for certain. Time to present the prizes then for race number 16. And after this, there's just 2 more to go.
Oh, okay.
Cassius Warrior then in third. Some debate in the commentary box as to whether this horse was named after Cassius Clay, who was renamed as Muhammad Ali, 3-time heavyweight champion of the world. And if indeed that is the case, I think it's quite fitting. A Warrior indeed, picking up third spot here. Cassius Warrior, ridden by ADS Herman. And as the day draws to a close, a couple of races left. Time is just after 4:30 in the afternoon local time, and those flags are being stressed under the breeze. Just look at that. Front left foot digging into the ground. Still wanting more action. P. Kanangan Borneo. Ridden by Rian Farmancia. Trained by Ardi Wijaya. Sheila Putri Mahardika is the owner from the BHM John Stable. Still digging away at the surface there. Plenty of energy left in this horse. And what an accomplished winner we have. Saga Sarumpun. Angel Manarisip in the saddle. From the Sarumpun stable. What a magnificent victory that was.
Indonesia'S horse racing.
So amid the evening breeze, we move on to race number 17, the penultimate contest of the day. 5 horses in this field. It's an F-class 1 kilometer race. In gate number 1, wearing 5, the black cap, Melinda RPMX. Falling in Love is in gate number 2. In 3, it's Hercules. Alongside that horse, Queen Charisma and Danina Pararaja in gate 5. Only one of these horses with experience from one of the last 3 outings. Falling in Love picked up a second place spot when we all got together in May. None of the other horses competed in the last 3 events, so in some ways new ground for them, and we'll see how they run. 10 million rupiah at stake in this 1 kilometer stretch. So less than 1 lap of the track here. It's a 1,200 meter track. And that should mean that the gates set up pretty much where they did for the 2,000 meter track. Over on that far side there. And it's just less than 1 lap. Danina Pararaja and Melinda RPMX, both bred in the AK71 stable. In your picture, Danina Pararaja. This is Queen Charisma, all white. Falling in Love is number 4. In the black cap, Melinda RPMX, Iqbal Ramadias on board. Another beautiful looking horse. We've got some very attractive horses in this race. Falling in Love. And the rest making their way to the start line. Falling in Love, number 4. Danina Pararaja. Agun Gunawan in the saddle. Getting a little respite in the shade on that side of the track as they work their way round to the starting gate. Starting to cool off now. Here in Pangandaran. What a lovely looking horse Melinda RPMX is. So this one, they'll be going all out. It's a sprint. 1 kilometer. Less than a full lap here. Queen Charisma wandering around in the background there. Horse number 3 in the jockey decked out all in white. So that's where we're setting up for this race here, in that runoff area. So they're effectively avoiding the curve at that end of the track. They'll do a full straight along the shoreline into a solitary turn and then head straight up to the finish line. So strap yourselves in. This one will be over quickly. Who gets the better start will certainly be a material factor. Not really essential in terms of which draw you get in the gate here, because it's such a long way to the first turn. Plenty of scope to jostle for places. Queen Charisma seems to have unseated its rider. That's Opik Julian. Could be that that was a voluntary dismount just to get Queen Charisma into the gate, and then at the 11th hour, Opik Julian will, as indeed he has, just settle himself into the saddle. Just looks like Hercules now, who will squeeze into gate 3. Is the only one outstanding. In he comes. So it looks like we're all ready. 5 runners. Falling in Love looks a little bit unsettled in gate 2, but they are all away cleanly, and it is in fact Falling in Love who got the best start. You can see there is a little bit of a turn to negotiate, and Falling in Love has taken advantage of a nice inside track there. Danina Parajara is also going well, quickly on that outside, making good ground. This really is a sprint. They are tearing away along the shoreline. Danina Pararaja, 1 length ahead then of Falling in Love. Coming up on the outside, it's Hercules, also making good ground. And coming onto the shoulder of Danina Pararaja, it's Hercules now on the outside, Danina Pararaja on the inside, and making way, squeezing through in the black cap, it's Melinda RPMX. These 3 will come round the turn into the home straight. Hercules looking strong and ahead of everybody else. Behind that horse, it's Melinda RPMX. Hercules, horse number 1, now has a considerable distance between first and second, and it's Hercules who will come home first in this 1 kilometer sprint. Very competitive. The lead changed hands several times there, and they were going full pelt, weren't they, from start to finish. Hercules with the win. We'll update you on 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th in just a few moments. But in the end, a convincing margin of victory by Hercules, ridden by Valentino Sangian. If you think these horses look a bit smaller, you'd be right. It's for horses that are between 1.38 and 1.42. But they can really shift, can't they? Looks like Melinda RPMX was second, with Danina Pararaja coming in third. From the start then, and getting away really well, coming around that bend towards the straight by the shoreline. Great start from Danina Pararaja. Alongside, though, Falling in Love going really great guns, and they were absolutely hammering down that back straight. Melinda RPMX keeping in touch with the leaders on the inside, but making a break for it here. Danina Pararaja in the yellow cap, and then on her left, Hercules starting to make that run from behind in the outside track. So at a disadvantage on the outside, and then all of a sudden bursting through on the inside, Melinda RPMX, making it tremendously exciting as they came off that curve and on the home straight. But by this time, Hercules had opened up, found the center of the track where the smooth running seems to be today. That's where the strong finishers have really fancied themselves, coming in towards the finish line. And indeed it was Hercules, ridden by Valentino Sangian, who comfortably in the end took the finish. Horse number 1 in first. There goes number 5, Melinda RPMX, and yeah, it was Danina Pararaja in third, horse number 2, ridden by Agun Gunawan. Falling in Love in fourth, and in 5th place there, Queen Charisma. For a race that was over quickly, that one was really tremendously exciting. The lead changing hands, the narrative certainly winding its way back and forth. And a great finish from Hercules in your picture there. And just a group of 5 really beautiful looking horses. Big bright eyes. Hercules certainly seems very aware of what's going on around him and seems excited to be here. Quite a bit more comfortable for horses and riders at this time of the day than it has been. What a scintillating run that was from Hercules. Really kept us on the edge of our seats, albeit for a short time. 1 kilometer sprints over in the blink of an eye, but they really gave it everything. And the lead changed hands in very exciting fashion. Danina Pararaja then, 3rd place. Will be first to the trophy presentation area. Danina Pararaja, ridden by Agun Gunawan. Talib Makarim, the trainer, and indeed owner, Pararaja Stable. Melinda RPMX. Picking up second spot in a real thriller of a finish. And so Hercules will make his way out of the parade circle. Looking in fine fettle. Ridden by Valentino Sangian. Without an appearance in the last 3 Indonesia's horse racing events. But what a way to stamp your authority on this campaign. With a win here in Pangandaran.
Indonesia'S horse racing.
So that was the penultimate race of the day. We have one more to come. It's over 1,200 meters, 2-year-old C and D category, non-finalists from Division 1. What a day we've had. 17 races in the bag. We've had some terrific performances with horses leading from the front with tremendous strength and stamina, fortitude. We've had come from behind victories. We've had battles right to the very end of the line. Been a tremendous day. And we finish up with a 12-horse race. Here is your lineup. In gate 1, it's Skylink, Berkar Segoroyoso, John Tapper in 3, Axel Santana in 4. Then it's Alexandra Aesthetic, Raja Asmara, Leandro, Dolphin SS in 8. In gate 9, it's Vegas Eclipse, Abrantes Nagari, Saliki Whining, and Atienza Nagari in 12. Abrantes Nagari and Atienza Nagari, they share the same trainer, Mario Baja. 15 million rupiah, the prize money at stake here. Slightly longer race than the one we've just seen. Back to the 1,200-meter distance that we were seeing at the beginning of the day. So this is one full lap of the track. They'll start, as I think you can see just behind the graphic there, what, 20, 30 meters or so just behind the finish line. Raja Asmara then. Ender Rahmat in the saddle. Horse number 2 there is Berkar Segoroyoso. Behind that horse, Vegas Eclipse. This is Abrantes Nagari, who's raced in all of the last 3 events, Indonesia's horse racing. John Tapper has a 7th place and a 5th place back in April and May. This is Leandro, picked up an 8th placing in April. Dolphin SS comes into our picture right here. That's Leandro, horse number 6. Dolphin SS. And if we get a look here at, horse number 8, that's Alexandra Aesthetic. The only horse with a first place finish over the last 3 events. Came 5th last time out. That's Axel Sultana. This is Skylink. Atienza Nagari is 11. And Saliki Whining. Horse number 12 then in the middle of your picture, Saliki Whining. Has an 11th place finish back in April. Didn't run in May. Picked up 5th spot in a race during June. Atienza Nagari has a 6, 7 and 3 record over the last 3 meetings. So did place last time out in June. Another big field to get everyone organized and into the starting gates. In the foreground there with the black and white cap, horse number 8, Alexander Aesthetic. That's Leandro in the green cap. John Trapper at the foot of your picture. Saliki Whining, ridden by Joshua Michael Rory. So one final lap of this track to close the day, and what a day it's been. Where the shadows have been sitting directly beneath everyone as the sun was overhead, they are now casting long, long shadows across this track. Number 10 giving us the thumbs up. Skylink with the purple cap. Center of your picture, number 6, Leandro. And 10, again with the purple cap there, Skylink. Valentino Sangian, who won the last race in the saddle, is mounting Abrantes Nagari today, wearing a pink cap. That's horse number 4. Has a 6th, 8th and 6th record over the past 3 events. Foot of your picture, Alexandra Aesthetic. White and black helmet. So the only runner there with a first place finish over the last 3 outings. Creating a bit of bother, John Trapper there. Horse number 5, Rizki Nugraha, is the jockey involved. Managed to get him round to the other side. It's a precarious job, isn't it, for these handlers to get in the gate with the jockey and the horse. It's a big old animal if they get out of control. Wearing the white cap there, number 3, Vegas Eclipse, sidling his way up to the starting gate. And Axel Santana finally making his way into gate number 4, at which point we should be ready to go. $1,200 meters then for 15 million rupiah. Vegas Eclipse just being squeezed into gate number 9. They all seem to be in. Although it's a battle for some of them to keep them there. And we're away. And it's a good start by 4 of those horses on the inside there. Wearing the pink cap, Abrantes Nagari has gone well, but has fallen back, and it's the yellow cap of Berkah Sego Royoso, who's looking good on the inside. Raja Asmara up alongside. And I think we're seeing John Trapper as well, also going well there. He's just tucking in behind Berkah Sego Royoso, who has the lead. So they make their way along the shoreline, and then it'll be one final turn before they hit the start-finish line. And going really very well is Berkah Sego Royoso. In behind him is Raja Asmara, horse number 1. Very much in contention. We've also got Saliki Whining in 3rd spot. It's those 3 who lead as we come into the final turn. In front, Berkah Sego Royoso, ridden by Valentino Wongkar. And he has a good advantage on the rails, but coming up well on the outside. Raja Asmara looking strong, and it's going to be these 2 making the headway as we come out of the turn. And a great piece of acceleration from Raja Asmara. Ahead now of Berkah Sego Royoso, and it'll be Raja Asmara who makes his way to the line. And I think it'll be in the pink cap Abrantes Nagari who comes 2nd, and then 3rd will be Berkah Sego Royoso. Again, a perfectly timed maneuver. Coming towards the finish line there, Raja Asmara in the red. Winning fairly comfortably in the end. In 2nd spot, it's Abrantes Nagari, and then Berkah Sego Royoso in 3rd. Well, another short race that was a long story. Plenty of action in that one. The lead changing hands and the narrative changing quite dramatically as they left one straight and then headed into that turn. Plenty of action along that shoreline straight, the back straight there. A handful of horses making a play for the lead, but only one had the strength to come out on top in the end. And it's that one in your picture, Raja Asmara, ridden by Ended Rahmat. Improves on a second place finish last time out back in June to go one better and take top spot. Valentino Sangian, fresh off a victory in race 17, picks up second on the back of Abrantes Nagari. So a strong finish for that jockey. And that's the best result for Abrantes Nagari in a little while, having finished in spots 6, 8, and 6 over the last 3 meetings. Alexandra Aesthetic, the only rider coming into this race with a win from the last 3 events, not placed in the top 3. We'll see in a moment exactly where that horse finished. Ridden by Kevin Arayas Pasha. Hear them from the start, and it was a super run from those 4 horses on the inside. In the end, it was Abrantes Nagari who was looking good, but coming off the bend, Barca Segoroyoso really took a hold of this race, grabbed it by the scruff of the neck and said, I'm going to take us all into the back straight along the shoreline. And boy, did he do that. On his inside, though, John Trapper going well in the black cap and the green shirt, horse number 5, closest to camera. But even outside him, already Raja Asmara was looking good. In second and chasing down Burka Segoroyoso. In a great position here, Raja Asmara came into this final bend with the inside track. But Burka Segoroyoso managed to just move in and take the lead. Ahead of Raja Asmara, so hogging the barrier. But then look at this drive from here on in. Just found a different level of acceleration. Raja Asmara coming on the outside really strongly, leaving Burka Segoroyoso almost appearing to be standing still. And in the end, Burka Segoroyoso could only pick up 3rd spot. Raja Asmara, your winner, horse number 1. And it was Abrantes Nagari in the pink cap there who found 2nd spot, with Burka Segoroyoso picking up 3rd. So your podium performers, as it were, Raja Asmara in 1st, Abrantes Nagari in 2nd, Burka Segoroyoso in 3rd spot. We'll update you on where Alexandra Aesthetic came in a moment. That horse, as I say, the only one who had winning experience over the last 3 events, but seemed to drop off in this one, wearing the black and white cap. Wasn't really anywhere to be seen among the competing horses at any stage of this final race of the day. Finally, we see some clouds in the sky, but we managed to escape without any rain today. An absolutely beautiful day weather-wise. Nice and comfortable for horses and jockeys at this late stage of the proceedings. Just after 5:10 local time now. It won't be long before the sun dips down below the horizon, and there are some spectacular sights to see when that happens in this part of the world. Here then your full list of runners and riders and how they ended up. And Alexandra Aesthetic, that sole horse coming into this race with a victory, ended up in 6th spot. So Raja Asmara, Abrantes Nagari, Burka Sego Royoso in the top 3. Then it's Vegas Eclipse, Saliki Whining. There's Alexandra Aesthetic in 6th spot. Axel Santana, Leandro, and then at the back, Skylink, John Trapper, and Dolphin SS. Burka Sego Royoso picking up 3rd spot then from the Sego Royoso stable. That yellow cap worn by Valentino Wonka, quite prominent in the early going, but couldn't quite hold it together as they came down in the final meters. Following on quickly after that, Abrantes Nagari picking up the award for 2nd spot. Ably piloted by the pink-capped Valentino Sangian. And at how many times during the course of the race did we think that Burka Sego Royoso and indeed Abrantes Nagari were going to win this one? Another quick race that had many chapters with twists and turns all the way through. And time for us to celebrate our final winner of the day, Raja Asmara, ridden by Ended Rahmat. 2nd place last time out when we got together in June. On a nice upward trend to pick up 1st spot here on July 26th here at the Legok Jawa horse racing track in Pangandaran. We're in West Java, and what a day it's been. Fitting way to end the day, wasn't it? Really lovely tussle. But I also think it's entirely fitting that we remind you of the highlight of the day. It was race number 14, the 3-year-old Indonesia Derby, over 2 kilometers. That was your lineup. Aurora of Kalim, Malasti, Mesa Sakti PM, Zilong Rimboka, Santora Barjaya, King Asva, P. Putri Babra, Nara Eclipse, Sun Power Nagari, Fox Ranger, P. Putra Borneo, and Monochrome in the outside gate. As they got underway, it was a really super start from horse number 5, Aurora of Kalim, in the Black Cat, bursting through on the outside there. Remember, this one 2 kilometers, so very nearly 2 laps of this enormous track here. After that good start, though, it became quite evident that we were going to see a burst of acceleration from Sun Power Nagari. And heading into the first turn, it was Sun Power Nagari who had the lead. But on his inside, horse number 9 there, Nara Eclipse in the orange helmet, took the advantage by taking that line closer to the barrier. So they come out of the first full turn and up towards the finish line for the first time. But remember, one whole lap to go after this. This was the big race, the 2-kilometer race, for a pot of 250 million rupiah. And at this stage, there were 5 of them bunched across as they hit the second turn of the race and very tightly squeezed. The yellow cap of Monochrome was looking strong. Horse number 2 nudging his way ahead of its 2 closest competitors, opening those legs, and that's a great big stride that Monochrome has, and it looked impressive at this point, holding that inner line. Nara Eclipse also looking good, but way out there on the far side, perhaps with the gentler entry to the final curve of the race. But then look what was going on the very outside. Zilong Rimboka, even wider than Monochrome, with a nice gentle entry to that final curve. Yes, Monochrome had the tighter line, the inside line, but it was a gentler entry for Zilong Rimboka. And sure enough, as they came out of the curve, it was Zilong Rimboka who had the advantage, but they were neck and neck at this point. And as the track straightens out, Zilong Rimboka had the advantage. Was the story over at this stage? A little look over the right shoulder. The finish line's approaching. Monochrome looks safe in second, but that was a big run to the line by Santoro Baijaya. Couldn't quite catch Monochrome. Zilong Rimboka taking first place. Confirmation then of the final placing. Zilong Rimboka, Monochrome, Santoro Baijaya, Piputra Borneo, Nara Eclipse in 5th, Aurora of Kalim in 6th, Sun Power Nagari, Emira Sakti PM, Fox Ranger, Malasti, and P. Putra Barbara. And so these were the 18 races as they were run. Our winners today: Triple SS in race 1, Street Sovereign in race 2, Alba GDM in 3. Our 4th race was won by Amarangana. The 5th race of the day belonged to Prince Patriot. Miss Belladonna took race 6. Revelio in a memorable win in race 7. P. Arimbi Borneo took race 8. Marino the King, race 9. In the second half of the card, it was P. Tuju who won race 10. Then Lord Montjo TA. Fiona of Kalim took the 12th race. P. Putra Barbara took 13. Zilong Rimboka in the race we've just seen. Kashmir BB in a real thriller, race 15. Equally so in race 16, which was won by Saga Sarumpun. Hercules winning a really almighty sprint in race 17. And Raja Asmara wrapping us up in the 18th race of the day over 1,200 meters. My name's Steve Dawson. Hope you've had fun today. If you're all very good and we're very safe, we'll see you next time.